My clock, so I am going to open our meeting. Thank you everyone for attending. I note that all elected members are present. I'll start with an acknowledgement of country. I'd just like to start our meeting by acknowledging the Muwinina clan of the South East Nation, who were the first people of this land. Muwinina people didn't survive colonisation, but we acknowledge them as a way to recognise that Hobart is built on what was these people's land for tens of thousands of years. It's about showing respect, and it's something that this council decided to do as part of its regular council meetings a number of years ago. It has been sad in recent weeks to see that welcome to country and acknowledgement to country statements and ceremonies have been getting some controversial coverage and disrespectful treatment in a range of events. First Nations people have been experiencing exclusion and discrimination and oppression for so long. Aboriginal people weren't even classed as human beings not so long ago, and in Tasmania people grew up being told that no Tasmanian Aboriginal people existed. So being recognised as the original owners and the ongoing custodians of the land with an acknowledgement shows that we have come a long way. I'd like to ask for someone to move a motion to confirm our minutes from the last meeting.
Excuse me, just prior to that, can I ask questions on the acknowledgement to country comments you've been making?
It's not generally. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes.
Maybe in question time at the end of the meeting. Okie doke. Confirmation of minutes, 28th of April, moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 3 is the transfer of agenda items. If anyone would like to transfer any items as they're organised on the agenda, or from the closed to the open. Being none, we will move on now. Communications from the Chair, I don't have any today. Item 5 is notification of council workshops. So just to quickly note that there was the Hobart workshop, which are our public open workshop committees of the whole council. The first one was on the 12th of May. That was held in North Hobart, and that covered the North Hobart area briefing and neighbourhood plan, Derwent River Ferry expansion, Selfs Point Cornelian Bay master plan, and potential Cornelian Bay sports ground configurations. And then on the 19th of May, we had another workshop here at the council that covered dog management policy review, the 25-26 annual plan and budget update, and the CEO performance discussion. And that was all the meetings we've had since we last met, or the workshops we've had since we last met. Item 6 is public question time, and I think we do have one that we've received notice of, and so I'm going to ask if Sarah Callahan would like to come forward and ask her question.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here again, and I'm representing Dr. Katrina Ward, who I did brief you at the meeting on last week. She has recently requested and received results from a query to council regarding dog nuisance and attacks. The data she received was current to this month. In summary, there had been 33 reports. 8 were dog to dog, 20 dog to human, 4 dog to human plus dog, and 1 dog with no details given. In South Hobart, there was 5 reports. All occurred on the footpath. None were reported on sports grounds, 4 were on private properties, and only 1 human victim reported, who was a child with an accompanying adult. In reference to this information, Dr. Ward would like to ask the following questions. What evidence is there to support potential claims that dogs pose a nuisance or threat to people on sports grounds, especially South Hobart Recreational Ground? Question 2, what evidence is there to suggest dogs and children can't share community space safely? And given most of the aforementioned reported problems occurred on footpaths where dogs must be on lead, what evidence is there to preclude dogs from off-lead community spaces? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Callaghan. Now, the CEO will take your questions on notice because there's a little bit of work to them and they were only received today. So our response will be provided to you in writing, and I think it'll be also on the agenda?
Yes.
Yes, and it'll also be printed in the next month's agenda. Thank you. Are there any other questions, public questions? None. The next item is petitions, and we have received one petition for tabling, and a report has been included, and that is item 7.1, petition traffic issues at Wynyard Street, South Hobart, and there's a recommendation. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion on the recommendation? Being none, that will go to City Transport officers to provide a report back to us. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Unanimously. Item 8 is supplementary items, of which there are none. And item 9 is indications of pecuniary and conflicts of interest. If you could speak up a little bit.
The City of Literature, item 12.
Right. So Alderman Bloomfield's declaring an item interest in item 12. Any others?
Item 13.
Councillor Coates is in item 13. Okie doke. Great, thanks for that. So we'll move to our officer reports, and the first officer report, item 10, is the North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan. There's a recommendation. Would someone like to... Oh, Councillor Dutton.
I move the recommendation, and I have an amendment, if I could move.
The recommendation with the amendment.
Well, it's not an amendment, that's the recommendation.
Oh, okay. And a modified motion, all right.
Yeah.
Have you got a seconder for your motion? Anyone happy to second?
I don't know what it is I'm seconding, so I can't.
Oh, okay. All right.
Would that be made larger, please?
Roll up.
So that's, I think, the bit that's in the report.
It's in the red text.
And the red is the additional part. Councillor Dutta, did you want to read it out?
Yes, I will read it.
Councillor Kitsos.
Thank you. It's been seconded, so therefore I stood up to speak. Thank you. The amendment reads that Council resolve, 1, to maintain majority public ownership of Condell Place, with any future development to consider public and private partnership models and ensure community interests are prioritized. 2, any future projects on the site be subject to further community consultation and council decisions. Number 3, to ensure future developments align with council's strategic objectives, particularly as they pertain to public open space and urban greening. And 4, to authorize officers to progress feasibility studies for potential future uses of the site. Now, there were a few items of principle that motivated me to take this on and suggest the amendments, and I'll reserve my right to speak to it later. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion? Any further discussion? Councillor Kitsos?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I will address the Condell Place number 4 to the amended motion this evening, but I'd like to start just by talking generally about the first points in the motion tonight, which address the North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan. Look, I think this represents a landmark effort in long-term urban planning and civic engagement. This is not simply a land use document, it's a blueprint for building a more livable, connected and sustainable Hobart over the next 20 years. What sets it apart is the integrity of its process. The plan has been shaped by robust consultation with hundreds of community inputs, 2 major engagement phases and partnership with professional consultants. The result is a plan that reflects the aspirations and the lived realities of the North Hobart community. The plan takes a layered and integrated approach to development. It considers not only where and how we grow, but also how we live, move and connect. It sets out clear urban design principles that balance intensification with heritage protection and lays the groundwork for planning scheme amendments that will ensure future development is guided by design excellence, place-based thinking and sustainable density. Key interventions like the renewal of wide streets for mixed-use development and the revitalisation of Condell Place car park shows an intelligent use of underutilised land. The Providence Valley Rivulet Master Plan will deliver a climate-sensitive public open space with improved flood management. And linking all of this together is a commitment to connectivity, new pedestrian links to the Queen's Domain, expanded cycleways and better public transport integration. However, community engagement has made it very clear that Condell Place site is deeply valued as a potential community asset. That's why I'm seconding this amended motion tonight. There's strong support for retaining this land as public open space. To honour that input and preserve flexibility for the future, I believe the best path forward is this path as described up on our board tonight at item 4 to ensure that future developments align with the Council's strategic objectives. I would like to see further site exploration, as this location has real potential to become a dynamic community hub, one that reflects the creative, the social, culinary character of the North Hobart Strip. Imagine a lively space with markets, food stalls, nighttime music and inclusive community events. Done well, this could be a cornerstone of North Hobart's urban vibrancy. For me, this plan embeds social and cultural objectives, from Aboriginal community involvements to arts activation in the High Street precinct, and it's an inclusive vision. The plan aligns seamlessly with the Greater Hobart Plan and Hobart's strategic plan across every pillar, from biodiversity and housing diversity to economic vibrancy and climate resilience. I think this is city shaping done right, and I'm very pleased to endorse this motion tonight.
Okay, any further discussion? Actually, I just want to, just to make sure we've got all our terminology right, so this is an alternate motion. So it's the motion that includes the staff's recommendation plus an additional clause. So I just want to make sure it's, it's an alternate motion rather than an amendment as such. So, because it does have the elements of the recommendation. Councillor Kelly, you wanted to speak?
Question, Lord Mayor, if I may, through you to the CEO or the Director of Planning. Are not the elements of what in this amendment here, the questions and conversation, has this not already been done, or will this not be part of the future process that will be examined with the Condell Place development or proposal? So therefore, there's no need for amendment as it's all encapsulated in the substantive motion.
Who would like to respond to that?
Look, thanks, Councillor. It's a good question. I mean, we're obviously proposing to develop an implementation plan that will be a thorough document, and like you say, a lot of these elements would certainly be included in them. Obviously, the Council is at their leisure to be able to advise us. They specifically want us to do these things, and we're happy to take that on. But certainly, I agree that we will have done this as part of our implementation plan. So.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
And should this one not get up?
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be brief. These structure plans, I think this is only the second one that we've endorsed after Central Hobart Precinct Plan, and I do just want to recognise Miss Lawley and her team for the power of work that has gone into these documents, the amount of consultation with community workshops, with elected members, and expertise that goes into these documents is incredible, and it's absolute positive for our city that we have these wonderfully talented people working for us. This document shapes development in North Hobart over the next 10 to 20 years, and it allows North Hobart to become a more vibrant place to live, offers opportunity for more people to live there, for greater employment opportunity, and for more places to play as well. So it's got something for everybody there, and this is how we should be planning this city moving forward into the future, with deliberate and meaningful exercises that involve community and elected members. I wholeheartedly support all of the recommendations within the North Hobart Structure Plan, North Hobart Neighbourhood Plan, and recognise that it will bring housing opportunity, much needed housing opportunity to this city, very close to the city, which also has congestion busting impacts, environmental impacts as well. As more people live closer to the city, they don't have to travel as far and they can use alternative forms of transport. It's funny that we use the term alternative forms of transport because in this instance it might be your feet, which would be the oldest form of transport known to man. You just walk on into town. So thanks to the team, thanks for Councillor Data for bringing this amendment, which does authorise this to progress potentially a little bit faster on Condell Place than it would have otherwise, by authorising officers to progress feasibility studies so we can understand what the future of Condell Place may be, and then we can start to deliberate on what it should be. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thanks again to the team.
Councillor Kelly.
Just to clarify for you, Chair, Lord Mayor, we are still going to hear the amendment even though the amendment is fully encapsulated in the original motion.
No, so what we have in front of us is an alternate motion that's been put as a motion.
It was moved. It's not an amendment.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll speak to it if I may now. Yeah. Look, we've all received a lot of emails and conversations with concerned North Hobart residents, which is fair enough, and I fully understand and get that. It is a bit more complex than just putting a big tower block that's square and dominating and with great height. Under the proposal or through the scheme, if you look at the design principles in it and what's been proposed here, is that there's a huge setback in the Little Arthur Street, for instance. There's a 12-metre increased area that will be to what's currently there, which will be a substantial green space, which is actually bigger than Swan Street, the new Swan Street Park we've got in square meterage. You get little things too, well not little, but major design principles are going up 6 metres and then displaying into the 45-degree angle gives the whole space a lot more air and visibility and sight lines to residents or people using that area there too. So I'd just like to say, I just think people should, this is just passing something that we want to go to the next level with. There'll be all these further consultations and there'll be principles which can be looked at with the design phase which can be adjusted as well. So it's important that the public realise that this is not approving a development application tonight for a major tower block to go through. So I'd just like to put that on the record and allay any initial fears that might be circulating amongst the concerned community.
Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I actually am going to now vote against this because I think what we're doing here is we're doing things that are sort of skewered. I was quite happy with the recommendations of the officers. I've actually sat down with them and that, and as the person who was the initiator of the revitalisation of North Hobart, because when I arrived there in 1976 it was the pits of Hobart, I find that a lot of people don't realise the amount of work this council's done over the years in regards to ensuring that both the community and the business people of North Hobart have a win-win situation. The green space on the corner of Argyle Street and Burnett Street used to be a timber yard that was purchased by this council to build probably one of the biggest green spaces within that area and vicinity, which is within walking distance of the business district, of the North Hobart Business District. I've been an advocate for nearly 20 odd years on the redevelopment of Condell Place to be a place where we can have car parking for the needs of the business people there. We can have some infill housing because we need more housing, and also we can have a community space. This can be achieved on this site with some vision, with someone who's got the vision of North Hobart and working with other property owners there, because it's not just that block that we've got to be looking at. There's a potential, and I know because I was part of a potential discussion that late Rudy Sipes talked about potentially building there and even building over the property owned by the Sipes with housing and a community garden on the top, which expanded it out from just that block. The other aspects of it is that Councillor Kitsots talked about markets and all that. Well, if you actually look at it, and these are discussions I've had with different people that had different thoughts over the years, you could actually build a car park one level down and on the ground level, in which on the ground level, which would be undercover, could be used for other events on a weekend or once a month or whatever have you. Then you could have housing and a community garden on the top. You could have a lift go into the community garden where only the community members have access to that lift area. So there's a vision that can be developed there for that car park to be a win-win-win situation for everybody. But if we put too many restrictions on it, you're going to have people that want to put expressions of interest in and say, I don't want to get involved in that. And I'll just give you an example. And this is another project that I put forward, which was where Common Ground is. Common Ground, there's a car park underneath there, which people don't realise, on the corner of Liverpool Street. That was a public open space car park similar to North Hobart. I was the one that put forward a motion that we go out and put expressions of interest out so the council retains the car park, but now City Mission owns the other parcel. They are the things that can be achieved with Condell Place, where you make a deal with a developer, potentially. It could be a council project, who knows, where the council retains the car park and the public open space. It could be in conjunction with property owners in North Hobart, like the Sipes property, where you can build over it. Can I have an extension of 3 minutes, please, Lord Mayor?
Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor.
So, and the other aspect of it in 4 is that, community interest. Look, we all think of community interest, of course, but there's also the business interest as well. So there's nothing there about the community and business interests of the area. So I think what we're doing here is being too restrictive in the sense of, if I was a potential person wanting to put an expression of interest here, I'd be saying, no, I'm not interested, just couldn't be bothered. But if you leave it open and then we make decisions based on what comes through the expression of interest process and say, all right, John Kelly's put a proposal up to council, he wants to retain the whole lot. Let's have a look at the project, does it fit in with our process? Bill Harvey wants to put a proprietary limiters, put in an expression of interest that wants to retain the whole lot, bar the community garden. So I think if we're too restrictive, we're not going to potentially get someone that's going to come there and say, hey, this is what I'd like to propose. I know what I'd be doing. I'd be going and talking to the Sipes group again and seeing if they're interested in working with the council on developing in developing over their site, because that could give us an expansion of housing and maybe a fantastic community garden on the top. So, look, I'm sorry. I think if we're going to be just saying to people that, oh, we've got to do this and do that. Look, I cannot support this. I will not support the amended motion. I think the original motion was the motion to go with the council officers and let them do it and come back and say, these are all the things we can and cannot do. What we're doing here is potentially shutting the gate on someone that has got vision far greater than, say, Marty Zurko. But some of the things I've put forward today to the council have been on the agenda for over 20 years. So I'm just going to ask the council elected members to, let's not worry about that, because at the end of the day, even if a developer comes forward and wants to take ownership, we still have to approve it as the landlord. So all these things can come forward at a later stage. Let the council let this go out and let it give it the opportunity it needs without the restrictions now. And I would say that who knows if the council officers take on board to speak to people like the Psyches Group or any other landowners there on what we can actually really do there. Who knows? We could even possibly speak to the state government on the apartments that we have that are on the other side, on maybe knocking them down and totally redeveloping all those, because I think they're an eyesore in North Hobart myself. So, look, sorry, the amended motion I am not going, the change motion I'm not going to support. Mind you, I would have preferred it to be an amendment. I will sit down.
Thank you, Alderman Zuko. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, look, very quickly, I think this is one of those motions. I can sort of understand what the motivations as I read it, but I think it does have some unintended consequences for the council, I fear. And I think it's worth reminding ourselves this motion adds a section 4, right? So, but section 1 is to endorse the report we've got in front of us. It's worth reflecting. The introduction talks about Condell Place, which is to support open spaces and opportunities to activate the site for community use, consider potential affordable and social housing, and I think we can all agree affordable and social housing is something that's spoken about in this plan as something that's desirous, and explore the inclusion of some parking with careful analysis of traffic implications and congestion. So that's the introduction where it talks about Condell Place and sets the scene. Then it's important for us to note what we then ask the officers to actually go and achieve and deliver, so the action items. And on the PDF, it's on page 136, and it's worth reflecting on 2 action items that we're asking. One is 1.2.2, and this is to engage with Homes Tasmania to support renewal of their assets and deliver more affordable and social medium density housing, which again reflects the introduction to this document. So we are saying, council officers, the report we're endorsing tonight, the report that the motion up on the screen is asking for us to endorse tonight, is for council officers to go out and engage with Homes Tasmania to deliver more affordable and social housing in North Hobart. I think hopefully most people can agree that's a tick, and council officers, I'm sure, will undertake that task with great diligence. At 1.2.1, there's another action item, and this is specific for Condell Place. It says council is to undertake a feasibility study to investigate the potential for the council-owned car park at Condell Place to deliver affordable housing, medium density housing, community uses, and a public car park. Another action item. Again, quite similar really to what's being asked here, but 4.3 is to authorise council officers to do a feasibility study. The difference between what we're being asked to endorse in attachment A and what we've got on the screen in section 4 is section 4 in the intro resolves that we maintain this as a majority public ownership. Now the problem with that is we're essentially limiting the only active agent partner on this site to a state government entity, public ownership, Homes Tasmania. We're not going to necessarily get the competitive tension. We're not going to get the best value. We're not going to get... These groups are just going to say, well, why would I even bother exploring potential activation for that site? Why would I bother? Why would Mona come to us and say, we've ruled it out? we haven't even let the council, council officers, as it's actioned in the 1.2.1, go and undertake a feasibility study. You know, you think of all the great assets in Hobart, stuff that provides community benefit. There can be philanthropic private organisations out there that do great work. What if Bethlehem House turned around and said, we want to build something in that space? You know, what they're asking for us to do at the start of this process is lock stop into a model, a public majority ownership model. Now, I know that public majority ownership is popular amongst a lot of people, but the unintended consequences is that when we go out, when we ask the council officers, go and engage with Homes Tasmania, go and engage with these other groups, go and put an expression of interest in this site, see what we can do in that space, we are very much limiting the pool. We will ultimately be in the community, will guide us in the decisions as to what happens on that site. But to go out at the very start and move that amendment and just say, look, we're going to commit to a majority. Arts groups, community groups, philanthropic groups will just say, well, we're not even going to look at it. They've ruled us out already. And I fear this will just be if we want to do something there, we'll just have to get the state government to agree. We'll have to get a Homes Tasmania. And they might be the preferred partner. And the plan that we're being asked to endorse, the Appendix A, is already asking for council staff to go and engage with them. So who knows, they may well come back with something brilliant for that site. We are already committing that the site, in the plan that we've got in front of us, has community uses, open space, car parking, and investigate options for housing. So, look, I think that, unfortunately, what we're being asked for here, number 4, in some ways duplicates what's already happening, but in others way fetters it and makes it harder for us to get the optimum outcome. So, look, I will not be supporting the alternative motion, and I'd encourage others to likewise.
Councillor Harvey.
Well, then, just to clarify, Council resolved to maintain these questions. Majority public ownership. So that decision doesn't need to be made today because we haven't made that decision, have we? Is there anything in the reports we're looking at tonight that says we're going to sell Condell Place? Through you, Chair. Any indications in the report that we are considering selling it? So no. So public ownership is what we have now, is what we might have in the future. We haven't made any decision on that. If that decision was made, it would come back to council. Is that correct? Yep. Future projects on the site be subject to further community consultation. Anything that happens in North Hobart, not just Condell Place, has to go through a planning process, has to go through an engagement process. Would that be correct, Lord Mayor? So we can't make any decisions anyway. So, okay, part 4.2, to ensure future development aligns with council strategic objectives. We have to do that, don't we? That's what we do. Have to align with strategic objectives, particularly as they pertain to public open space and urban greening. So that's already said. So I agree with Alderman Zuko here. These things are superfluous. They're already in the plans. Nothing can happen without future decisions of this council. Is that true? Through you, Lord Mayor, the CEO?
Look, the council makes these decisions, not officers, so in respect of disposal or otherwise of land, it's clearly a council decision in the future.
All of these things are council decisions as we go forward, so I think these are superfluous. And the final one, to authorise officers to progress a feasibility study for potential futures of the site, Condell Place site. We're doing that anyway. That's already in the plans we've developed. Okay, so I'm not going to support the motion, and I'll foreshadow the original motion.
Already done.
It's already done? Already done. Yeah, okay, so I'll be supporting that because I think these are unnecessary elements of the motion. I just don't think they're required, and I wish they hadn't been put forward. Now, just with regard to this whole process, I just want to comment on the engagement of this, and I'm pretty impressed with how detailed it's been. It's gone through a thorough process. Everyone has had an opportunity to contribute. Some people aren't satisfied with some of the recommendations that have come forward in the neighbourhood plan, but that's okay. Nothing in there is locked is chiselled in concrete. Everything in that plan will require a future council decision. Nothing will be done without community engagement with all the elements of this plan. The final thing that I'd really like to focus on is part 3, which is the implementation plan
things between, that can happen really soon, and those that will take 10 years. And I imagine something like developing something for Condell Place could take 5 to 10 years anyway. We've had looked at it in the past, we haven't been satisfied. We may not be satisfied with what happens with that engagement process into the future. But I'm really pleased to see that there's an implementation plan, and that for me is the most important part of this now, that we go forward looking at what can happen with all the other elements in North Hobart, not just Condell Place. There are implications for Hobart that apply to this through North Hobart, and North Hobart could be an amazing futuristic kind of suburb if we can implement all the things that we've talked about in this. And going through this, there's every single element from water sensitive urban design through to increasing mobility options, through improving options for housing. And I know that there's a, what do you call it, an 18-metre envelope over some of the building envelope over some parts in North Hobart, and that's fine because that's already in the residential elements of North Hobart. Is that true? It's already in the planning scheme, or is this going to put it into the planning scheme? Can I just get that confirmed?
CEO?
I would defer that to the officers.
Do you already have those heights? Are they already locked in?
No, so there is proposed changes to the heights in some of the areas, but coinciding with proposed height changes we've considered, and there would be specific area plans that would include setbacks and building envelopes that would accompany those building heights that we've proposed.
Okay, and any development, again, has to go through a development application process, and also changing the planning scheme has to go through that process as well. So we haven't changed the planning heights yet. It'll go through a process. So that may not be successful going through a process. It might be that that building envelope is smaller. Is that the case? Might be lower.
Through Chair, any changes to the planning scheme would need to come back through the planning authority. Yes, that's correct.
So everything we've done in this North Hobart plan still has to go through additional processes. So I'm happy with that. We still get another chance to give our views for the community to engage on every single project that occurs. So that's great. It's not like this is locked in and this is what's going to happen and we're going to roll it out over the next 10 years. These are the guiding documents into the future. So I'm happy to support the foreshadowed motion for the original motion.
Further discussion? Councillor Posselt, you've spoken before.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question to officers. The specifics of point 1 about majority public ownership, that is a decision that would be taken tonight that would give officers a direction for the desire of the council that is not in the current structure plan. Is that accurate? Does it prevent a fire sale, an unexpected fire sale, and give community reassurance that we're not just going to flog the car park off?
CEO.
Thanks. Officers going into the implementation plan obviously would have all options on the table that would come back to the council to be able to consider on the back of an expressions of interest process. Clearly this defines a particular outcome in terms of that process. So it does provide surety, as you're suggesting, but it certainly provides, it would still need to come back to council in terms of a decision in any event.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So does that mean that potentially the EOI could allow for someone to come forward and say they'd like to purchase this land and a future council might decide to just sell that?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yeah, like expressions of interest for sites are generally quite open, and you do get various options from, potential offers to purchase or from lease or private-public partnerships. So, yeah, I mean, that's certainly not outside the realms of possibility, but as I say, it would need to be a future council decision.
Further discussion?
Just have a question through you, sorry, to the General Manager. Would it take... in any event, prior to any sale of any council property or land, this council would have to approve that through you. It's not delegated to the council officers.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion. Councillor Lohberger.
Just start with a question, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to verify what Councillor Harvey was asking regarding height limits, that if we do pass this document, which does have higher height limits in it than currently exist, they still do need to come through for another process of acceptance by the council or the planning committee. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair. This is a document that is a forward-looking document, and as you know, when you sit as planning authority to determine applications, that's by reference to the planning scheme that's in existence. So we're saying here that we would look forward to, would initiate a process to amend the planning scheme, but it's not until those provisions have been amended that they would apply.
Just to be clear, that would be a separate vote through you, Chair.
Yep, it would.
Through you, Chair. The council as planning authority would consider any amendments to the planning scheme.
Thank you, Chair.
Further discussion on the motion? Councillor Elliott.
Yes, I have a question, please. On page 106 of the plan itself, it refers to green streets, and it describes a primary green street as being a primary pedestrian street, a primary cycle route, and then it has the map on the following page. It's page 107 or page 114 of the supporting, I think. So it's the entirety of basically Elizabeth Street from Burnett up to Archer Street in Newtown is highlighted as a primary green street. Does that mean that it is likely that there'd be separated bike lanes through our restaurant precinct or along that street? That's the question.
Ms. Lawley?
Chair, no, that there is a cycle diagram. There is also another plan which shows the cycling routes, and we've got primary and secondary and local streets for cycling. What we are proposing is that the high street through the key Elizabeth Street precinct there would be looking in the future to potentially do it as a share zone.
Can I just ask what page that the cycle pathways one's on? And while we're looking at that, I think I'm getting, I guess I wanted to be clear because I'm looking at the Central Hobart plan, and it seems to have a different definition of green streets, and it's probably just a comment that it would be good if we can get some consistent definitions between the plans of what an actual green street is, because for someone with low trust in things like me, it can make you very nervous when definitions change. Because in the Central Hobart Precinct plan, it refers to a green street having a variety of design elements that give priority to pedestrian and cyclist movement over vehicle use. Whereas in this one, it doesn't have that, doesn't refer to that priority. It leaves it more vague, and we've obviously seen what happens when we have Collins Street labelled as a green street. We mean separated cycleways all the way down it. So that's why I'm concerned that saying yes to this tonight would mean separated cycleways all up through Elizabeth Street, Argyle Street, Letitia Street. So, yeah, that's why I'm seeking clarity. Just wondering.
So on page 134 in the attachment, you have actually the integrated network of safe cycle and micromobility diagram, and that clearly shows where we've got the primary, secondary, and neighbourhood, and the high street. There is. The definition of that is a share zone. So there is no separated cycleways proposed at all from Federal Street to Burnett on Elizabeth Street.
So the dark teal on that page, 134, the primary cycle route, that would be separated cycleways?
That is something that will be subject to further investigation. That is the aim of the plan, but nothing is done around that at this point in time.
Okay. There's a lot I like about this North Hobart plan. I'm excited about the prospect of Condell Place, but for that reason, I won't be supporting this plan. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Amend this motion.
Yeah.
Councillor Lohberger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I do support the community's calls for an increase in public open space for any redevelopment of Condell Place, while still allowing for a sensible medium density development that should benefit the community on top of that remaining car park space. For example, a medical centre, allied health centre, something where people can actually access services. There is a lot to like about this plan. I do agree with Councillor Elliott. I'm very torn on whether to vote for it. I don't agree with the upper height limits in the plan, but having heard tonight through questioning that this will not set those in concrete, there will actually be another process for that, at which I will be definitely voting against them. I am actually going to support this particular motion. Yes, just with that rider that I'm not happy with the height limits, and I will we'll be looking to get those lowered when they come to us in another form. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Further discussion? No? Oh, Councillor Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I pretty much agree with a lot of that has already been stated by my colleagues around the table. I do understand the argument of it will come to us at a later stage, and I think that's really great. However, I also think that trying to understand and appreciate the community's concerns around Condell Place specifically, I do agree with it. It says to maintain majority public ownership of Condell Place with any future development to consider public-private partnership models and ensure community interests are prioritised. Now, I agree with that wholeheartedly. 1, 2 and 3, I think as Councillor Coates and others have pointed around the table, it's already contained within the plan and the report that we have. So is it possible, Lord Mayor, to perhaps split that up? Because for me, I'm happy to support number 1. I just think the rest, it's already contained within the report. For me, that issue of Condell Place seems to be the really big thing for community. And I'm just wondering if the mover of the motion would be happy to support it.
So, sorry, that would be 4 and then 4A, 4B, 4C, voting on each of those separately. I can do that. We generally do that if the mover's happy to do that.
You've got the existing motion as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yep, great. Okay, thank you. I'll just continue with just my comments and my contributions. I do want to thank the team for their wonderful work. Miss Hickman and Miss Lawley have done an outstanding job, and their team as well. It's a very thorough document. It goes through so many aspects of methodology that I really appreciate in terms of collecting data that is extensive and also both those aspects of qualitative and quantitative data. So I want to thank the team. I think we spoke about it at the workshop that we had and some of the community concerns that were raised, and additionally my concerns within the document. But I'm really, really happy with this. And I'm really supportive of the way that it looks towards a vision for that 20-year plan. It looks forward for the future of our community in North Hobart, and perhaps it also guides us as elected members in terms of that particular space and what we want for it. So I'm happy to support this particular alternative motion, number 4, 1, 2 and 3, as I've said already, I think is already contained in the document itself. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor Posselt, question, is it?
No, Lord Mayor, because this is an alternative motion, I think that we're in a position where we can amend the alternative motion because we're not discussing an amendment.
With an amendment, yeah.
That's right. And listening to both Councillor Harvey and Councillor Sherlock, as well as some points made by Alderman Zuko and Councillor Coates, I would move that we amend this to be only the first part and that 1, 2 and 3 are removed.
Look, I think you can do that through the voting process because that would be contrary to the original motion. So there's no.
Can we get?
So I've got this motion. I've got an alternative. I've got a foreshadow, which is the first 3, and we're also going to vote on each of these items. So I don't feel. I think.
Can we get advice on that?
would probably be contrary, wouldn't it,
Well,
to
no.
the
So,
original?
basically, so you've had the motion is moved as an alternate, and
Yes.
so you can just take an amendment as you ordinarily would, because that is the amendment. So you have been discussing that motion, so you are able to take an amendment.
Well, I could, although people did want to vote on each of these items, but I guess that we would just vote to remove the 3 items now. So
Yes, yeah, that's...
Puffs and puffs, thanks, Alderman Zuko.
That's accurate, Lord Mayor. Just listening to the sentiment of the room, I don't think that 1, 2 and 3 have any chance of getting up, so I think it might be more efficient to just remove them with an amendment and
We'll
vote
still be
on
voting on them, Councillor Posselt. So is there a seconder for Councillor Posselt's amendment to remove those items? Okay, it's just we'll all now be able to vote on, speak on that amendment, just extends the debate. Okay, so seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor. So we now have an amendment to remove those last 3 items. Would anyone like to speak to removing those last 3 items?
Lord Mayor, I just move that the motion be put.
Well, we'd have to vote on that. First. We have to vote on that. So is there a seconder? And I just... What?
This is getting out of control.
No, it's not getting out of control, Councillor Kelly.
It's procedure.
Oh, okay, you can't, yeah. So someone else would have to move a procedural motion. Thank you for that. So...
Move the first one.
Okay, no, we've still got this amendment in front of us. Did I have a seconder for that? That was Deputy Lord Mayor. So I do now have to consider debate on the amendment, which is to remove those 3 items. Would anyone like to speak on that amendment? Councillor Dutton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There are a number of points that have been mentioned and stated, and I could pick them one by one, but due to time, we haven't got that opportunity. But let me just say this. I want to thank the staff for what they've produced, and I've said that at the workshop, and I'm saying it again to be on record. I think it's a fantastic document. I have no difficulties, no problems with it. On the other hand, there are community members who are concerned with a number of things, and they have approached me, and maybe they have approached a number of you as well. With regards to those 3, we hear that it's superfluous, therefore really why should we have it? But my dear friends, my dear colleagues, you know yourself and I know that there have been motions here by elected members when there are things already in the pipeline by the staff members, and they come and bring a motion, and we say to them, this is just a repetition, it is superfluous. But no, we still go ahead with it. And now when I bring something here, just to clarify it, because it's in a document which has 150 pages, I'm simply trying to pick the gem, as it were, and put it together so that it highlights it. That is the whole point. It is in that context that I brought those elements out to make sure that we are focusing on it and have some direction and clarity in that matter. Now, if people are of the opinion, in the majority rule, I believe in democracy. And if the democratic vote is yes, we delete those 3, then I have no objection. I would accept that as a mature debate in this chamber, which I respect. And I would not huff and puff, take my bets and walk away. I would never do that. I would accept that with great humility. But my point is this. With regards to removing those 3, all what we're doing, the argument for is that it's superfluous. It is already there. I understand. But don't you agree that there are many times we have gone through this path and you're contradicting yourself now? Don't contradict yourself. Play the role and be honest with it. Number 2, all what I'm doing, I'm simply bringing out and highlighting these points to make sure it clarifies for our staff members. And that is all what we do many, many times. And thank you so much for those 3. But if you want to remove it, don't you worry, I will still support number 4, and I would not let go of number 4. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment, Councillor Alderman Zuko.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, huff and a puff. Lord Mayor, I'll start by saying this. We had a motion that come forward from the council officers, which I'm very always happy to accept to go forward. My concern is that we've had the council officer's motion amended before we can debate it, then it's changed, then it's amended, and we're going through this whole process in which, sorry to mention this yet again, and I'm talking about those three that you're going to take out again, Lord Mayor, is that under the previous processes of this council, this would have gone to a committee in which we could have swapped and changed it, debated it and chopped it and thrown it around, thrown it back in the ceiling and thrown it back down again. And then it finally comes to this council when it's chopped around. It's not this current CEO's fault, I just want to make sure of that. And then we could bring it to council where we've had it refined to a point where we're debating it, Lord Mayor. We're not flip-flopping, changing all around, and Councillor Passalt's told that he can't put a procedural motion forward and all that, because that would have been debated in a committee environment.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
What's your point of order?
Under section 23(1)(a), I think this is irrelevant because we're simply looking at 1, 2 and 3. Do we delete it? That's the argument.
I think I'll overrule that, Councillor Dutta. Alderman Zurko is just giving his opinion on this, but I will just point out to Alderman Zurko that this did come to a committee in North Hobart.
Look, Lord Mayor, I understand it's gone to a committee in North Hobart in a workshop, but whereas the previous committee processes would have been chopped to pieces, and then at that committee a recommendation would have come forward, and all this debate that we're having here tonight, right, would have occurred there, and then there would have been some minor changes or minor amendments from elected members who didn't like a specific point that didn't get through committee. Now, if people huff and puff it about it, it's because I have to get up for the second time and make my point, which I prefer to, but my philosophy's always been less is more. So now I've had to speak twice on the same motion, in which I want to make the point about those three there. The council officers are quite aware what council processes are, and we talk about, you know, the community interest. We talk about the future projects for community consultation. Of course, that's going to happen. You know, these are the things that we do on a regular basis, Lord Mayor. The whole 4 of those points, but even though 3 of them has been asked to be removed, that's what we do and have been doing for years. This is, to my point of view, stage 1 of the process. Let the council officers go down their stages, because all of that comes into play at the next stages. You know, anyway.
Further discussion on the amendment. Alderman Bloomfield.
Thank you. I accidentally censored myself by putting forward the foreshadowed motion earlier, so I appreciate the opportunity to speak now. I feel it is a great concept, a great plan. I also feel that these 3 points added are irrelevant. In fact, they are a slap to the professionality of the staff who have performed and put this together, and suggesting that we don't consult, suggesting that we don't follow through with aligning with council's strategic objectives. That's untrue. We do, and more importantly, I don't feel we need to outline it a second time. I feel this was more about demonstrating to the public that we do this. But the point is that these roles are complex, these documents are enormous and also complex. That's how this works. This is what this council does. So as a result, simplifying such that we redo everything over really is highly inappropriate, because where do we stop once we start doing this? Is everything that we're going to do need to be redone like this just so the public might understand a small element? I also understand that there are a small number of people who are concerned about Condor Place, But I equally feel that that's an unfair judgment call to make at this point, given the breadth and depth of what has been considered. So I look forward very much to the way this plan and design will unveil over time. And I want to keep as many doors and opportunities open as possible. And we only do this if we remove these.
Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I was actually not going to stand up and speak, but I just felt I had to. Here in this chamber, I think as Councillor Dutta has outlined, when we put forward amendments such as this and things that are already in train or along the way, I would say almost every single councillor has done something to that effect, either it be an amendment or it be an original motion. Something's already in train and you bring it in. And then to say, oh, we're only doing this and it's been redone just for the purpose of community. Yeah, because we're a representative democracy. We were voted here by the community. We didn't just arrive. So the things that we do for community. And I think that that's what this particular amendment was trying to do, was trying to highlight those aspects for the concerns of the plethora of emails that we received regarding the concerns specifically around Condell Place and the urban greening and open space area. So I think to really belittle it in the manner that it has, I find that unprofessional. It is our role to be here to try and scrutinise and to actually hold certain pieces of reports to account. That is our role. And as I've said before, the officers have done an outstanding job, a really wonderful job. I do also want to thank Councillor Dutta for bringing this forward, for highlighting some of the things that the community has raised with all of us, either by phone calls, emails, texts, and I want to thank him for actually bringing the voice of the community into this chamber, which I think is really, really important. So whilst I won't be supporting 1, 2 and 3, because as I outlined before, I consider it already in the document, one of the most outstanding things and the resounding concerns that the community had was around Condell Place. So I think reading that again, where it says the future development to consider public-private partnership models, it doesn't stop anybody from bringing something forward. It doesn't stop anybody from putting in an expression of interest. What it does is keep it in the hands of the public. And I think that is very, very important. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
So just to clarify for Deputy Lord Mayor, we're only voting, I think, on, is it 1, 2 and 3? Doesn't mention, I think the 4 will be part of the main motion. Any further discussion on the amendment? No, I might say a few words. I won't support the amendment. I like adding those additional points of guidance for the officers because council are the elected members of this community, and if there's a document that comes forward that we think's just missed a little bit of the beat, a little bit of what this representative body thinks should be lifted a little bit higher, then that's our job to do that right here. And I've got to say, I've been following the whole debate around North Hobart since 2020. In February 2020, we started a process. There's been lots of really interesting community consultation. I think one of the people who wrote to us this week pointed out that they'd taken a role and they'd been involved and written letters and turned up to things every single step of the way. And it's fair to say that Condell Place has always been a point of discussion, whether it's going to be a multi-storey car park or an underground car park, a public open space. But I think the feedback from the engagement that we've received showed that about 60 out of 100 contributions, I think it was, from the community did actually support an even bolder vision. So just using Condell Place as a new public open space. Which the council has, in this plan, has decided to not go quite that far, but I think this aims to find a bit of a balance between putting in a new building on there and keeping public open space. I've got to say that I was a little bit shocked when I saw the little diagram for Condell Place. That didn't necessarily come out of, that was a proposal that went out for consultation, and I think we have received a lot of feedback that it looks like there's this little strip of green there is a little bit of an perhaps doesn't quite reflect a lot of community feedback that they want some sort of decent bit of public open space. I don't think anyone in this room anyway is proposing that it's 100%, and obviously we want to keep the ability for some parking. But yeah, I think there's definitely concern and uncertainty. The section on Condell Place leaves a lot open for interpretation, and so this amendment, I guess, does reassure people, provides leadership and some more certainty for the community that, that we will be going out for consultation on any plan, and that we would like to see those strategic objectives of urban greening and public open space getting perhaps a little bit more attention than the plan currently suggests. So I am happy to support the amendment. Not support the amendment, because I think it's simply about this council as an elected member group sending a message to the community that we still want certain elements of the Condell Place plan considered in the next stage. So I'll leave it at that for this particular amendment. Okay, so all those in favour of the amendment to remove these 3 items say aye. Aye. Against? Oh, no. So all those in favour, show of hands.
In favour, I'm showing Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Zerko, my apologies, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy Lord Mayor. I think Lord Mayor's hands down.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Kitsos and the Mayor.
Okay, so that's carried. So we will now move back to the motion, the original motion, which has now got 4 parts.
You need to put 4 as a separate one.
Yeah, I'll be putting that as part of each part will be voted on separately. But the motion is now 1, 2, 3 and 4. So any further, I think...
Lord Mayor, just some clarification, if I may. My understanding is Councillor Harvey asked that point 4 be taken separately. So that's what we're voting on, just point 4.
We will do.
Thank you.
So there's 2 people who haven't spoken on the substantive motion, which is Councillor Dutta and myself. So Councillor Dutta, did you want to speak at all on the motion, which is now those 4 parts, but we will vote on item 4 separately.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just want to make some observations. Firstly, when I first came into this council nearly 7 years ago, my first confrontation was a public meeting in North Hobart with regards to this particular place. Since then, I have had a number of confrontations with people with regards to this matter. Now, that's one observation I make, the public concern and their views. Secondly, when I read the report, I understand from the report that 58% of the people supported green open spaces. It is also my understanding when I read the report that the lowest green canopy is in North Hobart. Taking those evidence presented to us and the community concerns, all what I was trying to do is to highlight these things to make the community realize that we are aware of these things, and the green space is very much part of our agenda, because we realize that that particular place needs green spacing, and hence the way I framed the motion. Unfortunately, it has lost, but that's the majority, and I respect that. But there were 2 principles why I moved the amendment, the first principle was of public ownership. It is my view that the council should own that property and not let go of it 100%. And therefore, my reasoning...
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Just on misrepresentation, it says public ownership, it doesn't say council ownership.
That's not misrepresentation. I wouldn't say that's a point of order, Councillor Coates.
Okay. So is the council, my question here, does the council own that property?
It should be council
It does.
Yeah. So is the public word there misleading, or the public there is synonymous with council?
So the council owns the land now, so it is current, but the councillor's point is that there are other public entities that obviously that opens up a door for that if, but again, that's a council decision.
State government might buy it.
Well, it's a matter of technicality, but the point there was, that it's public land, it's council-owned property, so, we shouldn't really sell it off. That's the whole reasoning, the principle behind it, and therefore number 4. And I'm quite happy with those who have a different view. I mean, that's what this chamber is about. We come here to debate alternative views, and we respect each other's views, and it's majority for us to go along with that. And so therefore, all what I'm suggesting there, that in number 4, we make sure that we are in ownership, and whatever road we then go, and the report that comes back to us, we will make those decisions as those facts and evidence are provided to us. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll speak on this as the substantive motion now. So, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, this process started quite some time ago, 2020, and I think generally speaking, I am very supportive of the plan. I think there's good elements to it, and I do though feel that the Condell Place element has left a little bit, is left a little bit of uncertainty in the community, and that's probably the only part of the North Hobart plan I'm less certain about. I am pleased that the motion does have item 4, and I think it is important for a number of reasons. So there is concern that the council will potentially sell this off to the highest bidder rather than looking at a public-private model, a public-private partnership model. I think it's really important as a point of principle for us as the decision makers of this organisation to make that in-principle decision before we go out to any feasibility study expression of interest, because there's nothing worse than going out to an EOI saying, come to us with whatever you like, and then having to say to people, actually, no, we actually still want to have a public-private partnership, or we want council to have majority ownership. It's better that we go out from the beginning stating the kind of principles we're looking for, which will include the things that are in the plan, and potentially will include that we are looking for a public-private partnership or another, long-term lease or what other models. It is really important to understand that so many councils around the country are doing this. They're retaining a say in the land that they own. They're retaining a stake in the land that they own on behalf of the public, and they're doing that. They're going into partnership with a private operator to get the best outcome. So you're getting the private investment, but you're still getting the public majority ownership so that the public's interest stays there forever. I guess the best example in Australia is the Queen Victoria building, which is 51% owned by the Sydney City Council and 49% owned by, there's been a number of different owners, big private developers who've put in lots of money to make the QVB work as an amazing site. But the council benefits from having that ongoing ownership, so that someone doesn't sort of decide to do something completely crazy with the Queen Victoria building, And they also get the ongoing rental and are making have a lot of discretionary income that comes from that. So, and that's one example, but this is happening all over the country. So I would really urge people to make a principled decision now. Say to the community, we are going to keep your public stake in this. We are going to be looking at those public-private partnerships, which are very common amongst councils these days to get a good result. I think it sends certainty to the community, so we don't have an ongoing angst about is council going to sell this off and to who, and also sends certainty to the development community when we go out, so that we really get the people coming to us that are really keen to do a project with the council as a partner. And there are many developers out there who do this sort of thing all the time, particularly on the mainland.
Lord Mayor, I've got to ask a couple of questions now again. Selling off Condell Place, has that been put on the table? Is it in the documents? Is it a council decision, whether it's a public-private, whether it's a sell-off, or whether we keep it 100% council-owned through you, Lord Mayor? Has that decision been made?
With this
no, it won't be
thing.
made with that decision, adding that extra bit through you, Lord Mayor, to the CEO.
CEO.
So the document doesn't obviously propose that at this stage. There's a process that we will need to go through, expressions of interest, and then a future council decision. So as I say, this provides a signpost in respect of that future council process.
And we'll see those expressions of interest documents before they go out? We'll authorise those?
We certainly can, yeah.
Okay. And the second one, it was implied that we're going to abandon the greening of open spaces now because of if we don't support this motion. Is that
That's
inaccurate?
passed now, Councillor Harvey. I think we've done that one.
Yeah. But nothing's changed with regard to what it says in the documents about greening North Hobart. Nothing has changed because those 3 points were taken away. So I just think we've got to be careful with how we present things and that we don't frighten the community. We're supporting the community here. Just because the words are a bit different. Sorry, I spoke, but I'm just concerned it's misleading information that you've been using.
Okay. Councillor Coates, you've got a question?
I have a question. Yes, through you to whoever's most appropriate, or CEO, I guess, but it's reasonably clear to me that the words I'm being asked and the motion I'm being asked to vote on are different to the understanding by the Speaker, who talks about council ownership. And, you know, as I raised, I have fears about, you know, as it stands, I understand Elizabeth College could become the owner and take and expand, but 10 Lives Cat Centre couldn't move up the road. One's private, one's public. So my question is, do we need to get qualified advice? Because I'm not sure that the motion is, you know, most of us never saw this until tonight, is actually understood as to its implications, because it talks there about majority public ownership, then it says future development.
I think we've got the question.
So the question is, do we need to receive qualified advice?
CEO.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, I don't think the motion changes from the advice that was provided. It provides a specific requirement, which is to maintain it in public ownership. Again, I take that being a local government bureaucrat that means local government, but as you say, it certainly could be wider. Irrespective of that, the council would need to determine the future ownership of the site following the process that we engage with under the Local Government Act. So that's absolutely clear and has to happen. So I don't think that, again, this motion requires any specific advice, because there is still the process under the Local Government Act that would need to undertake.
Councillor Kelly.
Question to you, Lord Mayor, to the set. Can elected members on council decide at any time to sell any asset, building or land through a motion? Is that possible? We don't have little precluded areas which are untouchable?
Oh, yeah.
Look, it's always hard to deal in hypotheticals, but any report that comes to the chamber or a motion proposed by a councillor has to be accompanied by Section 65 advice. So I think it would be very unlikely, not impossible, that a councillor could move a motion in the chamber without any Section 65 advice to dispose of land, noting, as the CEO has alluded to, for certain classifications of land there is a specified statutory process from 177 on under the Act that must be followed.
Through you, Lord Mayor. So there is a process where we can vote to sell off assets and land.
As provided for under the Act.
Thank you.
Councillor Posselt.
Thank you. Just a further question on this to the relevant officer. Is it helpful to staff and the process if council were to determine, hypothetically, that after the EOI process we weren't going to accept wholesale purchase of the land? Is it helpful to set that precondition before we go out to EOI and have a whole bunch of people come in and say, yeah, I'd put this on it if I get to buy the land off you, if we just set that at the start and say, no, that's not what we're looking for here? Because I think that's what the motion is doing. So does it help the EOI process if we're transparent and clear?
CEO.
Thanks. Look, it clarifies the council's intent. Is probably the best thing I could say in terms of which would then obviously guide any expressions of interest process that happens.
Any further questions?
Yes, Lord Mayor. Does the council own the car park at the corner of Liverpool Street and Harrington? Where's... I lost my thing. Harrington Street. Yeah, Harrington Street. Does the council own the car park there?
There's no car park there. Barrack, I think.
Barrack, and Liverpool.
That's where common ground is.
Common ground is.
Take it on notice.
Lord Mayor.
Alderman Zuko, I think.
Take it on notice. Well, the secondary question is, did the council own the car park prior to the development of common ground? Lord Mayor, I can give you the answer to both. Owned it before and owned it after. It's all right.
Okay, so I will now put I think we've all got our questions asked. I'll put 1, 2, 3. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
Right on.
1, 2 and 3.
1, 2, 3.
All those in favour, I'm showing Zuko, Dutta. Councillor Elliott, was your hand up? No, down. Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly's hand is up. Down. Is up, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And now on 4, all those in favour of item...
Well, there's no for 3.
Oh, sorry, against. All those against.
Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates.
Okay, that's carried. We'll now vote on item 4. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, I'm showing Councillor Dutta, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
So that's carried. So 1 to 4 now makes up the carried motion. And that is the end of that discussion. And we will now move on to item 11. Okay, so item 11 is Crowther Stage 4 Interpretive Elements Methodology. We have a recommendation of approving the methodology moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? No discussion. I'll put that... Oh, Councillor Elliott.
Questions, please. The 4 to 5 bodies of text, the writers that will be engaged, how will they be selected and by whom, and will they be approved by council?
Mr. Artup.
Lord Mayor. We'll conduct an expression of interest process to identify 4 appropriate artists that will, come together to provide reflections on the different elements of that project.
When you're talking about artists, you're talking about the 3D form. I'm talking about the writing, the components.
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah, through the Lord Mayor, referring to the artists that will be commissioned to write the narrative of the story.
Okay. And what, if any, work will be done in terms of fact-checking, in terms of making sure that the information that's in the text is actually accurate, or is opinion, rumour and hearsay welcome?
Through you, Lord Mayor. I guess the way we'll look at that is we'll commission the artist, and then we'll have a look at what's been provided, and we'll do our own fact-checking, and that'll be presented to council also to review any narrative that's been created by those artists.
So the text, the 4 or 5 bodies of text will come back to council for approval?
That's correct. Through the Lord Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. And am I also correct in understanding that there'll be one 3D form, which is very open and abstract at the moment, that will be used to house these 4 or 5 pieces of text? Is that, have I interpreted that correctly?
Through the Lord Mayor, that hasn't been determined yet in terms of the physical form of the infrastructure that will be placed on the site. So the first stage of commissioning the artist to write the narrative, and then once that's been approved by council, then they'll move to the second stage, which is around designing of the 3D forms to go into Franklin Square.
Okay, thank you. I'm nervous about the sequence of events here because we don't know what the 3D form is, and is it also correct that we'll have to then, after we go through this process and we've got an idea of what the 3D forms is and what the 4 or 5 contributions of words will be, we'll then have to apply for a planning permit? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there not then quite a lot of risk involved, because what we've described so far in this stage 4, which is the words and the 3D form, this is $80,000 worth of ratepayer money, and I would hate for us to be in a position where we have spent all this money on a sculpture or whatever it might be, some sort of installation, and then we don't get planning approval. I do acknowledge that it'll be us that gives ourselves planning approval, which I think is inherently conflicted anyway. But is there not a risk in that? Should we not be pursuing some sort of high-level concept work and then seeking planning approval, like designs and drawings? We're not actually commissioning the work. I was reading it that we're commissioning the work to be done.
Mr Artep, did you want to?
Lord Mayor, I guess the first stage again is just getting the narrative that can then inform the design process. So there'll be a whole point after the narrative's developed where we can agree on any I guess frameworks around how the built form or the infrastructure that goes in the park, what it looks like and how it's approved.
So we're getting planning approval on documents first before the work's produced? Yeah, okay, that's good, thank you. My questions are answered, particularly related to making sure that the text will be coming back to council. Basically, the council will see this again, the text, the 3D work, and in the form of planning permit. Yes? Thank you very much.
I just have some questions because I've been looking at this for a little while, and 3.4.2 we talk about the different types of stories and so forth, and how we're commissioning a number of different writers from both Palawa and non-Palawa background, which is fine. But I genuinely would like to see a little bit of balance as well. We have such a divisive concept here, and I feel it would be appropriate, surely, that we actually supply 2 views, not 1, or not 4 views of a singular, 4 versions of a singular view. I'd like to see that we genuinely make an effort to ensure that both Dr. Crowther's family is represented, equally that the Palawa families are represented, so that a real conversation based on historical fact and so forth could actually be supplied. It's allowing the person who views to make the judge call rather than us doing that. I don't think it's our place to make a judgment.
Any further discussion on this? Councillor Kitsos.
Through you, Lord Mayor, can I find out, please, why we would need the text to come back to council?
Artep.
Through you, Lord Mayor. It's just, I guess, run it by council and make sure we're happy with the process before we go to the next stage of commissioning to the design. So it's really up to the council whether they want to do that, but I think it might be prudent, given the nature of this project, for council to have a review.
It just feels a bit uncomfortable to me that we need to have a think about what it is that we're commissioning and why we're commissioning it, and if it's art. I mean, I think it would be highly unusual for the text in an artwork to come back to the council to have an opinion on. I'm not sure that we're qualified to have an opinion on that. This is not actually, to my knowledge, a factual representation on a museum description. This is an interpretation piece, so art's pretty divisive and across a lot of spectrums and spaces. So I think it would be very difficult for the council to have an opinion on the text that comes back. So I would prefer that to be part of the process and decided elsewhere, actually.
So Councillor Kitsos, the only way that is coming back, unless you moved an amendment for it not to come back, the text, but that would be, so I'll leave that as you might want to think about that. Any further discussion on the matter?
Lord Mayor, I think we'll move the amendment if that's okay. I think it's worthwhile to state that I don't see any reason for that text to be coming back to council to be reviewed by us. I think that needs to be part of the process conducted by the officers.
So what would the amendment be, Councillor Kitsos?
Look, I'd have to take officer advice on how to best fit that into the motion tonight.
Okay. Well, you'll need to do it before we just vote on the matter and probably provide it in writing. Otherwise, yeah.
Question.
Councillor Coates.
Just a question. Would this be envisaged to be coming to the Place and Wellbeing Committee so we could get feedback and community input?
Seeing a shaken head.
Through the Lord Mayor, we haven't formed an opinion on that, but it's a decision for council to make.
Methodology, I think, that's set out is pretty clear on what's happening next. Any further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I've just got to say how disappointed I am with where this whole project's going. Civic squares and parklands, to me, are places for relaxation. It's about trees, fountains, open air, sun, lawn. Sure, there can be some monuments or statues, but in a limited capacity. And if you travel the great parks of the world through London and other places in Europe, that's exactly what these places are. They're there for people to go and relax and absorb, meet other people, and just meet in a very benign but beautiful, non-conflicting area. I mean, here we have something where we're throwing more petrol onto a big raging fire. We're going to have all these artist interpretations and panels, and we're going to have another monument go up, and this is just dividing the community even more. Can't we, as a mature council, just take a step back and say, look, a big point's been made. Whether you agree with Crowther being an evil person or not, that's not the issue here. You know, people have had their say. It's been torn down, the statue, and we all know the story about that, and I won't go into that, or what my thoughts personally on that. And the divisiveness this has caused in this society and this community is just appalling. It is a disgrace. It's gone too far, and here we are as a council being complicit in going down and making the whole situation worse and upsetting the community. There's upsetting the Aboriginal community more. It's upsetting the descendants of the Crowther person even more. There's this whole mishmash of facts and different opinions, and here we are creating a theme park type of environment for radical views, for people to push their barrow on it. And this is not what Hobart's, the capital city's primary civic square / park is about. Sure, let's have those discussions and debates and and all the associated works like that, but there is a place for them. This place is in museums, it can be in private spaces, it can be other forums. But can't we just leave this beautiful Franklin Square away from the politics of this whole process that this motion is putting forward? People will look back on this moment in history and say, wow, what was that all about? How immature, how radical and how divisive was this for our society? It's a sad day and a sad night that we sit here tonight. And where's this going to end? You know, more statues being torn down, more big placards and signs, more vandalism, more public debate, more animosity. I'm just so sad, and I feel so sorry for the Aboriginal people. I feel so sorry for the Crowther descendants, and I just feel so sorry for the people of Hobart for us turning this into a theme park for people to push the barrow of their extreme views down. It's a really sad occasion, and we are showing our immaturity as a council and a community. It's a disgrace what we're doing.
Councillor Harvey was up first, I think.
I completely disagree with everything Councillor Kelly has just said. Just reading through the report, 3.4.2. I'll start at the top. I'll start at 3.4.1. Commission text representing areas of knowledge associated with this complex site. Noting that the Commission writers will further define the exact content of each piece. The story of William Lanny describing the impact of his treatment after death on the Palawa and broader community. The complex story of William Crowther, so he's included. The context of the time. What was happening in 1860s Hobart? Why would Crowther and others act as they did? Next bit. Social arts commentary on why now. Why did a statue come to be legally and illegally removed? And what is the connection to the past and the impact on the future? Commission three-dimensional forms to carry or hold the commissioned text that are simple yet symbolic. Capture the tension, opposition qualities of the stories. Work with the material and form to communicate the underlying ideas, but preferences the commission text. 3.4.3, the commission text will be completed by 4 or 5 different writers to capture different perspectives, including Palawa and non-Palawa writers, and writers from different generations. Possible writers will be drawn from the local knowledge keepers, academics, historians, researchers, journalists, via an expression of interest process. All opportunities will be publicly advertised through multimedia channels, and the team will also canvass suggestions of suitable writers, designers from each of the stakeholder groups, making these providers aware of the opportunity. Next bit. While the text shown on site will be in the shorter lengths to suit public viewing by passing pedestrians, each writer will also provide a longer written piece for publication on the city's website. I think this is fantastic. I think this is really a beautiful piece of art that's not going to be divisive. We don't know what the text's going to be, but I don't need to know. I'd like to see it, as Councillor Kitsos has suggested. I don't need to read the texts. You know, if I decided which artworks should be in the art exhibition, we'd have a different outcome every time. The artist or designer commissioned to do the three-dimensional work will work alongside the writers, developing the commission text to develop the physical elements for the site. So I think this is a perfect piece of art. I think the way they're describing it, the way it's going to engage a number of specialists to come up with this commissioned piece, I think's terrific. So very happy to support what's being proposed here. I don't see it as divisive. I see it as ending this art program, which has gone on for how many years? 4 years or so? How long have you been doing this? 5 years. Yeah, so I think this is beautiful. Thank you.
Councillor Potelt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Councillor Harvey has said, and also the section that he read of the text. I was particularly impressed with this report, to be honest, when I saw the process that we were planning on going down to commission the artwork, to commission 4 different stories that tell what's happened from a different perspective, and to have a 3-dimensional form that captures some of the tension that's been associated with this project. I genuinely read this report and thought, you know what, if we're approaching public art, this is like the gold standard way to do it. But I should also say Yapalingana to our friends in the Palawa community who may be watching this evening, and reflect that it is National Sorry Day today, which means that it's a good day to be discussing the ills of the past, what has happened that would never happen in 2025, and that we can be sorry for those events, even though we were not part of the community at the time. This debate has been prosecuted at a number of council meetings and planning meetings, even since I've been on council, and so the debate about pulling Crowther down and how we move forward has been had and resolved by this community and its representation. We've landed in a very good place where we will tell the story of Dr. William Crowther and the context of why the decisions were taken by him at the time. But we'll also tell some more of the social context of what's happened today. And reflecting on Councillor Kelly's remarks about these places being nice to just wander through, I would reflect that this is Franklin Square. This is a town square. This is a place where more than just a nice walk in the park occurs. In fact, town squares all around the world have been the site of major political events, discussions and protests. If we want to think about Tiananmen Square, about Euromaidan in the Ukraine, about Red Square in Russia. Indeed, the Arab Spring was founded in Tahrir Square. Squares are places for public debate and discourse to occur. And it is entirely appropriate that in 2025, when we are reflecting on the past, on National Sorry Day, that we have a sensitive piece of artwork that goes in to explain to future generations what has happened here. And I agree with Councillor Kitsos and Councillor Harvey. I think that the council should play no further part in what this artwork looks like until it comes to the planning committee. That would be my strongest desire. I am not an artist. I'm not in a position to debate art. I do not want to debate art. When we start having Lord Mayors requesting that upside-down crosses be removed from Dark Mofo is where we land in a place where we shouldn't be, which is a little bit of a shady chapter in this council's history trying to exert political influence on art. It's not our place. Artists should be free to do as they please, and we have an expert panel and expert staff that can assess any proposals that are brought towards us and choose accordingly. So again, Yapalingana to our friends, and I hope that we come with a truly great piece that describes what's happened. And on this National Sorry Day, I say sorry.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I've just got some questions, please, because I'm really confused why the writers are being called artists, and I want to understand that. Are they writers who are writing from the perspective of fact-based work, or are they writers from the perspective of fact, opinion, fiction even? Or are they artists where there are no boundaries? Which one is it? Because in the report, under 3.4.3 and 3.4.1, they're referred to as writers. So why are the people who are doing the writing being referred to as artists? Yeah. What's going on?
For you, Lord Mayor, they're research artists, so they're not artists per se. Sorry, they're research writers. So they're researchers that write, but they're not necessarily artists.
Okay, because, yeah, artist is a very different connotation to... So what is the intention of the text? Will it be text that is fact-based, or is facts optional?
They're to depict an accurate reflection of the story
thank goodness.
From both sides of from Palawa and non-Palawa people.
Right, good. So the text isn't art? No.
That's correct.
Hooray. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Councillor Elliott, just have you got further questions?
Thank you. And under 3.4.1, it has 3, when it's talking about the Commission text will... Commission writers will be asked to further define the context of each piece, and it says it might talk about the story of, the story of Lanny, story of Crowther, what was happening in Hobart in 1860s, and why Crowther and others would act as they did. What's the act as they did referring to?
Through the Lord Mayor, that means in terms of, in historical context, why they behaved and why the actions happened historically, and sort of providing explanation and research, factual evidence behind that.
Okay, what historical actions are we referring to?
Councillor Elliott, I think I'm concerned that you're trying to draw the officers into a debate.
No, I'm just asking to get complete clarity, and I'm allowed to ask questions. They shouldn't be limited for the informing debate.
I can also see if questions are drawing officers into debate, they may choose to take your questions on notice if they feel that they're going to be drawn into having a debate with you about what William Crowther did and didn't do.
Why would Crowther and others act as they did? If you feel free to take it on notice, but what is the historical act?
Lord Mayor, I will take that one on notice, to get more detail.
Thank you. And is it 4 or 5 writers that are going to be commissioned? Or is it, if there's a 5th good one? Can we lock that in? Is it 4 or 5?
Good Lord Mayor, 4.
4, okay, good. And what percentage of those will be Palawa versus non-Palawa?
There'll be a mixture, both.
Is it fair to say there'll be half?
That's fair to say. Yep.
I find this really irrelevant. It's already contained at 3.4.3 in the report. Had you read it?
No, it's not the percentage breakdown.
I think it's not so much point of order.
No, it's not.
But I'm just concerned that there's a lot of questions coming up that, as we've talked about before, it's fine to ask questions, but there's having so many, I might have to ask you to start submitting some in writing.
We also got the advice recently around in writing that questions should not be limited around informing debate and how important they are. And the questions I'm asking are not answered in the report, despite what the deputy said.
Yeah, so as the chair of the meeting, I also can, if I'm concerned that there's a whole heap of questioning going on,
you can shut me down, go for it.
No, I could ask you to put some in writing.
Well, my final question is...
Lord Mayor, interrupting under 23, section 23(1).
I think I'm okay with the discussion that Councillor Elliott and I are having around meeting procedure.
But my final question was around, is it fair, would it be a reasonable expectation that 50% of the 4 writers, so 2 of the writers, will be from non-Palawa background?
Lord Mayor, I will take that one on notice to confirm, but I understand there will be a mix of Palawa and non-Palawa artists.
Writers. Thank you.
Further discussion?
Just got a couple of questions first, Lord Mayor. Was William Laney a Palawa person?
He wasn't. I think I can answer that.
Correct. He was from Circular Head Aboriginal Corporation. Is that the
Oh, sorry,
area?
William Laney. So William Laney was a Palawa man, yes.
William Laney was a Palawa?
Not William Crowther, yeah. William Laney was a Palawa man.
Okay. And what was William Laney's interaction with the northern community? Does anyone know that? No. Look, Lord Mayor, I have concerns when people who are going to write are people that have probably an opinion or a premeditated opinion. This was a very divisive situation in which someone chopped the statue down, and it's quite surprising that no one's ever been charged. It's really, really surprising. I've got no problem with an interpretation panel, but who was right and who was wrong? And I wasn't here in 1860, nor were a lot of people that are going to write about it were here in 1860. I think 1860, if I'm right. Yeah, 1860s. And I would say the stories, when I read all the documentation in regards to this, was all over the place. And there was also a bit of division between the Aboriginal community. So I was always for an interpretation panel. I'll wait and see. I've been told that we'll see all the documentation before it goes out. But irrespective of it, it's going to be questionable on all sides. And I've got to say that if we've got, and I'm not being disrespectful to the Palawa people, but if we've got writers from that group writing about what happened in 1860, and we've got people on the other side writing what William Crowther did or did not do in 1860, it's really an interpretation of potentially assumptions of what actually did and didn't. Because people can write about history, but we really don't know the true factors. I was going to support this in the first place, but I'm not going to support this because I'm concerned that irrespective of what comes back out, there's going to be more. I believe there's going to create more angst in the community on both sides of the coin, and I'm over this. I'm totally over it. The whole process was never, and I recall when this first came to council, was never to pull a statute down. It was to go down an interpretation path, and now we've gone through a path. We've had a lot of angst from the family and from the Aboriginal community across the state, and now we're going to get someone to write about it. Where's it end? I'm just going to vote against it.
Any further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to start off with a few questions, please. Could you let me know if it is common practice where something that is part of council, it comes to us as the planning authority to then seek a planning permit for it? Is it something we've done in the past, and is it common practice?
Well, it's certainly common practice for signs of this nature, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. So then there's no conflict of interest because we've commonly done it before. Is that correct?
Again, this is something councils have managed for a long time in terms of being strategic and planning authority as well. But yes, we've done it for a long time.
Yeah. Thank you very much for clarifying that. Look, I'm really quite thankful in some ways for our colleagues around the table for sharing their opinions and respectfully, while I may disagree, I appreciate that they have different views to what is contained here in the report, as well as to perhaps different staff members, as well as to different colleagues, and perhaps also to different members of the community. Might I add, though, as my previous comment was, and it was questioned, is that at 3.4.3 it states that the writers are to capture different perspectives, including Palawa and non-Palawa, and from different generations. So some of the comments that have been made around the table, you know, I may be incorrect in this assumption, but I'm assuming that people didn't read the report. To say that Palawa people perspectives should be considered and non-Palawa people perspectives should be considered, yeah, look, it's already in there. It's in the report. That's three things: different perspectives, different disciplines, different generations. Three different aspects to that. You know, when this came to us as well as part of the process and the procedure, there were different aspects of the Barra Charter that were included, talking about cultural significance of the place, and it's changed over time. What used to be something that was culturally significant in the 1910s is something completely different to 2025. And I don't think that that is really a far jump for us to take. Times have changed, and the importance and significance of things have also changed. But Lord Mayor, what I would really like to highlight is that this isn't something that's just come to fruition in isolation. It's not something that we just thought up at a whim. It actually started back in 2016. It came out of the Two Islands projects, where the Palawa community came and told us about the statute and those aspects of what it meant for them. We then went down a process in 2019. Some of us who voted in 2019, we're still sitting here in this chamber. We voted for this particular Crowther interpretation project when we voted for the particular thing in 2019 to do with the ACAP. It was there, and it says, we undertake an interpretation project to tell the layered story of Crowther in Franklin Square in collaboration with Aboriginal people. 2019. And then it came to council again. What was the stages? What were the stages that we were going to do? It went through various different stages that we did. And we went through a democratic process. It came back to the chamber, it was voted on, it went through. It came back at stage 2, stage 3, and now here we are at a different stage where we're having individuals, us, the elected members, vote for this particular reinterpretation project. I don't think it's a theme park. I think it's highly offensive to say that putting something that we as a democratic representative government in a democratic country of Australia, we voted for this. To belittle it, to say that it is a theme park when art is going to sit there when we voted for it, I find that offensive. Is it divisive? Sure it is. Many things are divisive in a democratic country. That's the nature of living in a democratic country. To say that it perpetuates a radical view, sure, you can hold that opinion, but in other circles it's not a radical view, it's an appropriate view. I think we are actually showing maturity as a council in 2025. We're showing maturity in terms of actually moving along with the times. We are going along with what we have decided as a council previously. The majority approval by council in August 2022 to proceed with a development application to remove the bronze component of the monument. Democracy. There it is again. Majority approval by council in August 2023, sitting as the planning authority for the removal of the bronze component of the Crowther monument. Democracy, once again. Lord Mayor, I just have 2 minutes, please.
Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Posselt. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Appeal of the decision to TASCAT by a small consortium. The appeal heard by TASCAT in March 2024. Democracy again. 2024, the determination was that the appeal had been rejected and the planning permit was upheld. Democracy again. This is what this is. We sit here and we move along with the times for what the community has brought to us. And I would like to commend our council staff through the agonising pain of certain aspects of this particular project. I take my hat off to you, and some of us have come along this journey with you. Some of this journey has been painful for a lot of our community members. It has been emotional. It has been psychologically painful for a lot of people. Let's not forget that. I also see it on the other side that maybe for other people it's been divisive in different ways. But you know what? Here we are. In a democratic country, we have chosen as part of our council process that we started in 2019. And here we are, 2025. To suggest that it should go to a wellbeing committee and talk about it a little bit further, I find that kind of insulting when we've gone through it since 2019. We've consulted, we've spoken, we've talked, and here it is. So thank you to the council staff. Thank you for bringing forward what you have. And Lord Mayor, just on that particular note, I would like to, as I understand it's been moved and seconded, I think by Councillor Kitsos, or perhaps she won't be able to move this particular amendment that I'm going to put forward with regards to the texts, that it's delegated to the CEO. I understand that Councillor Kitsos said to council officers, so if we could delegate it to the CEO in terms of the text so it doesn't come back to us.
Okay, so that's an amendment Moved by Deputy Lord Mayor, and it's, I still don't have the exact wording, but if someone could provide that to Mr Young.
Could I?
It's in your inbox.
Just read something specific out so elected members have. We have something. Okay, good. Does someone want to second this motion by Councillor? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Is it
Councillor Harvey?
or Sherlock?
Sherlock, I think, is moving this.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Harvey.
I'm seconding.
Yeah. Okay, so we have an amendment. Would someone like to read that out, please?
Council delegates the approval for the text and the three-dimensional components for a permanent interpretive work in Franklin Square to the CEO.
Councillor Loberg, are you speaking to the amendment?
I'd just like to move that it be put, Lord Mayor.
The amendment or
amendment?
Just the amendment. Yeah.
I have to vote on whether that can, if we're happy for that to be put. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Okay, in favour, Alderman Zerko, Councillor.
Oh, sorry.
No. Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, and the Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, sorry, and the Deputy, your hands up. Good.
Okay. And against?
Alderman Zerko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so that is a procedural motion, so I am going to put it. But can the meeting just indulge me to ask a question on this? It will still come to planning.
That's correct.
Yeah, before. So this is just to prepare it for a planning process. Yeah. Okay. All right. Procedural motion that the amendment be put now. I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands. All those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so that is passed. So that now forms part of the substantive motion. And would anyone else like to speak on the substantive motion as amended? Councillor Coates.
Look, thank you. Just because of some of the commentary in the debate about the roles of the Place and Wellbeing Committee in my comments earlier, look, we asked members of the public, various backgrounds, to help us provide feedback, input. When councils are going through processes and enacting installations, whether it's art, otherwise, whatever, we shouldn't be afraid of that feedback and advice. I didn't move any motion suggesting that this motion needs to go there, anything specific to that. But, what do we ask of them? Their terms of reference are to advise on strategies, plans and programs and facilities, to ensure the health, wellbeing and inclusion and access for all those who live, work, play and visit the City of Hobart. Now, my fear is we set up all these structures and governance structures to help council staff, to help officers, to help when it comes to the implementation of a lot of these things, and then we just seem to ignore that they exist. The people who serve on that are volunteering their expertise and time. They are members of a community. They are Palawa members of a community. They're non-Palawa members. They come from every walk of life, and we should be open to their feedback. And staff and officers should be willing to go, hey guys, what do you think about this? We've received an expression of interest from 14 different artists, historians, writers. I'll come up with an all-encompassing name, but, give us some feedback and advice. Help us in this process. I like to think that if it was a transport project, maybe they'd go to the Transport Committee. If it was an economic project, they'd go to the Economic Committee. This it can't be anything other than a place and wellbeing initiative. I mean, it's literally talking about a place, Franklin Square. It's important to everyone in the community. If we get it wrong, we all know it'll be divisive. We were, some of us in the room, back when these decisions were made, back in 2022, whatever it was, and I remember a Palawan man standing up and saying he feels a physical pain. That was his evidence to the council at the time. Now, if we get this wrong, are we going to be causing that again? Will we be causing that to the descendants of Crowther? I mean, this is an area where we need to be really cautious, and we shouldn't be seeking to fetter the officers in trying to find a pathway through this. I think the comments about our structures and the way we go about stuff is often not constructive. And for those who are watching tonight, we should be cautious and slow in how we approach this. And I would hope that the council officers, when they put forward the proposal and what we're voting on and the methodology, which I agree has now been amended, but we need to allow these people to do the work so we can minimise the divisiveness in the community. Frankly, I struggle to see a pathway through this where we're going to get a great outcome. I hope there is a great outcome, but I struggle to see it. Others more learned than I might be able to help craft a plan and give that advice and feedback to council officers. My fear is we will just get very opposing views. One half of the community will absolutely hate it because of that, and the other half of the community will absolutely hate it because of that, and no one will be happy. But what we're voting on tonight is a plan about an implementation strategy and a process to get there. And I would hope that it's as open and honest as possible, and we can use the structures that exist within council to give that feedback, to try and bring the community along. Too often I fear we try and push decisions out onto the community, and they turn around and say, well, I feel like I wasn't consulted. And we can wave a consultation report at them and they go, well, that's nice, but you've just made a decision that's going to impact me and I feel strongly about it. So, I think we do need to try and my view in this is when we have these issues that are contentious, that we know have a likelihood of community angst at the end of it, try and allow the officers to find that path, to give us the advice, go to the reference groups, go to the community groups, do all that work, but don't just sort of sit there and rule them out, we shouldn't refer it to that group, we shouldn't do this, shouldn't do that. These are projects that, when they're in place, as a physical infrastructure, will be there for the next 50, 100 years. We can't afford to get it wrong. We can afford a little bit of time to get it right and to try and bring the community along. And I think rather than sort of trying to rush to one outcome, this might be an instance where we just go, look, let's just go real slow on this. Let's let the officers go and talk to all and sundry, have a very big process, do all that, use the committee structures we have in place, use the volunteers who've given up their time and expertise. And I feel we should respect those processes.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
Against?
Councillor Elliott, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield and Councillor Kelly.
Okay, moving on now to item 12, which is the UNESCO City of Literature recommendation, moved by Councillor Sherlock, seconded by, was there a seconder?
This guy.
Councillor Harvey. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, your hand is up. Councillor Kelly.
Okay, so that's carried. Item 13.
Call back Alderman Bloomfield.
Leaving. So Item 13 is the proposed lease amendment, 10 Lives Cat Centre.
So moved. Or Denny, yeah. Because all 7 of us, yeah.
Councillor Lohberger, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Discussion on this? Councillor Lohberger.
Lord Mayor, 10 Lives helped out a friend of mine who travelled to England to live with his wife recently. They adopted out his cat, which was an extremely emotional time for him, and they did a great job of it. He is very grateful for the care they showed for his cat and for the fact they found a good foster carer. And I think like probably most people around this table, I'm very supportive of anything we can do to help 10 Lives. So I'm very supportive of this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes. Lord Mayor, I'm very supportive of this additional shed to go into their lease. 10 Lives is really an essential service. Without 10 Lives, we would be in strife when it comes to what do we do with unwanted cats, lost and stray cats and feral cats. They serve a really important purpose for Greater Hobart. They also have functions on Bruny Island. They're a particularly important organisation, so I fully support this expansion of their lease. And I'm hoping that, just a question through you, Lord Mayor, this doesn't include any additional cost at all? No. So it's just an extension, a change of the lease boundaries. So yeah, it's a good outcome for 10 Lives. I'm sure they'll be really pleased to see this go through. Thank you.
No further discussion. I will put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 14 is 2025-26 fees and charges. Discussion. Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Discussion. Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Aye. So all those in favour, raise your hands.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates and Councillor Kelly.
Okay, moving on to item 15. Capital Works Program, and someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Kitsos, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Any discussion on Capital Works? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, just a question. I noticed that since I've been on council, it seems that we are unable to deliver any of our capital works budgets when we set them since I've been here. And I was just wondering if officers could kind of give us some guidance. Are we setting our budgets too high? I've read the report and I see the reasons why we haven't done it, but it's a pattern that I've recognised. Is this something that we need to address? Why is it occurring?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Look, it is something that we are aware of and we are addressing. For me, as with a lot of other councils, it is perhaps a symptom of not being sufficiently planned in terms of being able to have projects that are completely shovel-ready and deliverable in the financial year that they're intended to take the work. So as a council, we're currently working on a 10-year capital works program, which we will bring and engage the council in. That will also include a 4-year delivery plan with a lot more detail, and what that will allow us to do is to ensure that projects that come forward into the capital program are fully deliverable, and that you will see, you know, the high completion rates year in, year out. Having said that, I think we are tracking towards a 70 to 80% program completion for this financial year, which again I think is a really solid effort and a substantial amount of work that's occurred in the community.
Any further discussion? Councillor Posselt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just one additional question. I actually can't find it in the document, but I've written in my notes from when I read the agenda that there's a capital works budget that has been held back for pedestrian mesh on a Brooker Highway pedestrian overpass. Can anyone talk to that?
They're being held back, is that? Oh, Mr Cheng's coming forward to answer that.
If it's helpful, I've got it listed as item 28, but I can't find the spreadsheet.
Would you like to answer that question now, or?
Okay, through you, Chair. So that project would be possibly carried forward into next financial year.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm wondering which bridge it applies to.
Through you, Chair, I'll have to take that on notice in terms of exact bridge.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Given it's on notice, I'd just like to very briefly encourage officers to investigate whether or not the state should be funding protections for their highways rather than us. It's a debris catch to stop people. I gather from the report it's a debris catch to stop people throwing stuff onto the highway, and I don't think that should be council responsibility. I think that should be a state government responsibility.
Look, I am aware that we've looked into this in the past. The abutments, there are distinctions between what is council responsibility and what is state, so generally they do fall to us. But again, we'll take the question on notice, specify the bridge that we're talking about and answer that specific question for you.
Okie doke. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 16 is multi-storey car park opening hours. Recommendation, Councillor Kitsos moved, seconded by, is there a seconder? Councillor Harvey. Would you like to discuss?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to ask a few questions and reserve my right to speak. The proposed new time of 7:15, were any later times explored? And if so, why was 7:15 the time that was chosen in the report?
Mr Artett.
Through you, Lord Mayor, we did a fair few investigations with the owners of the Centrepoint car park. That will send us a reasonable amount of time to give the flexibility required with patrons to access facility after hours, and anything beyond that. As the report notes, significant costs are involved with opening the hours, extending the hours, so it was thought as a prudent and short amount of time to achieve the objectives of the proposal.
And another question, was council aware that the access from the Victoria Street was a non-compliant wheelchair ramp prior to this piece of work?
Yes, look, we are aware, and we were aware the gradient of that ramp meant that it wasn't a compliant access. The centre is provided with compliant access through the main arcade, and so they are compliant with accessibility requirements of building code. So it just changes when we're needing to obviously provide access out of hours, and it obviously makes that rear ramp to be really important, which is why we're looking at addressing that in future capital works programs.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councillor Dutta was up first.
Lord Mayor.
Yeah.
Just a question. Recommendation number 2 states that the council approves a 2-year trial. Why a 2-year trial and not 1-year trial? What's the rationale behind the 2 years?
Through the Lord Mayor, it's really just to give us a chance to see what use there might be from that hour, measure the occupancy and the numbers of cars that use it to see whether it's a permanent solution or not.
Further discussion? Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I rise to speak to, first of all, to say thank you to the officers for actually putting this report forward. I know that back in November, Councillor Harvey and I had put up a motion to look at the various different car parks. And whilst I am generally very happy with what is contained here in the report, aspects to do with the Argyle Street car park, I sort of take issue with some of those, and I'll speak to it in a moment, but I'll just talk about some of the statistics, I suppose, to start off with. For the car park from January to April, the average number of cars that was actually contained in this report, and the busiest times between 11 a.m. until 2 p.m, and also the various different percentages that is there with regards to the occupancy. Now, during my time in council, Argyle Street and the issues with Argyle Street have persisted for a very, very long time, and probably before my time on council. So some of the recommendations for changing times I just don't think goes far enough. It's stated here that there is potential to extend the operating hours for Argyle Street car park and improve the availability for the community, but in particular to address an identified need for the Royal Hobart Hospital and the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation staff that work in close proximity to this car park. Feedback from the public, and more specifically the RHH and the ANMF, have been ongoing for at least 10 years. The primary concerns which form the major rationale for this particular proposal. And as a result of the various different pieces of information that is contained in this report regarding Argyle Street, I have actually sent through an amendment for 3A, and it reads, a report be prepared that outlines the costs, timelines and feasibility of changing the Argyle Street car park operations to 24 hours. And might I add, just by way of some of the information that's there, from my reading of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was around about a 4.2 million, was it surplus operational, a 1.2 million operational surplus from Argyle Street, and at the moment there's a $500,000 revenue that we get from it. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where it is. If you could just clarify that for me, the revenue and the operational. Thank you.
Mr. Arter.
Lord Mayor, the figure is 4.2 operational return for council, noted in the report at 3.17.4.5.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you very much for clarifying that. And so 500K is the revenue target. Is that correct as well? Sorry. Yes.
As per the report, that's noted in the report.
Thank you very much. So yeah, if it would be okay, I'd like to put that particular amendment to my colleagues. Thank you.
So I've got a seconder, I think, didn't I? Was that seconded? No, sorry, no, it hasn't been seconded. So seconded by Councillor Lohberger. Okay, anyone like to speak to the amendment? No one. I'll put that.
Just a question, Lord Mayor. So how much will it cost if we extend it to 24 hours, or will that come in the report?
That's what the report
in the
would
report.
say,
Thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
that's the report for.
Thank you.
Okay, all those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, so the motion has now been amended. So any discussion on the motion as amended? Sorry, Councillor Postel.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Question regarding Centrepoint. Do we have a rough idea of what the cost is? I think it was 7:15 was the recommended time of closure, which is a little bit, I think the general public do like to work in either 30s or o'clocks as a general principle, but also I think 8 o'clock, my personal view is that 8 o'clock opens up some opportunity for Fuller's Bookshop and for some of the nighttime economy in the area to be a little bit more functional. What is the cost, or what are the limitations preventing us from opening an additional 45 minutes until 8 p.m?
Lord Mayor, there's a couple of things. First, it'd require further negotiations with Centrepoint Shopping Management, which we've done in this case, and obviously there'd be additional cost involved in that.
Do we have an idea how much?
Yes, as per the report, you'll see the figures to open it as proposed in this report are around, I think, $75,000 per year, as per the report. So an extension of that would be a range, proportion of that increase.
Thank you. So it sounds like to me that we don't have a figure, but it's it's a portion of the 75 grand. So it could be $25,000 extra to go to 8 o'clock. I think that's quite reasonable. So I would
CEO.
Look, I think if the council were to seek to change the operating hours, I think I would pull. I think we shouldn't vote on it tonight because we do need to engage with the strata, being the owner of Centrepoint, and work through that with them, because it's not just a case of the money; it's a case of working with the arcade owners to make sure they're comfortable with what we're proposing, and we can do that. But again, I wouldn't be comfortable making a decision without having consulted with them first.
Lord Mayor, may I ask of the CEO if a delegation to you could be achieved this evening with the aim of setting it to 8 p.m, and if there's prohibitive cost or it can't be negotiated, then we leave it at 7:15. But if it can get to 8 o'clock relatively easily, then you can make that decision as CEO.
Yes, have to put it as amendment.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
But the CEO is comfortable with that. Yeah, okay. Well, then I would amend it that the council delegate authority to this.
Sorry, Councillor Posselt, is this? Can you tell me where this is? Is this an additional sentence at number 2? The additional sentence to the item on the Centrepoint car park?
Yes. Yes.
Extra sentence would read what?
That council authorise the CEO to conduct investigations and negotiations with the aim of opening Centrepoint until 8 p.m. Centrepoint car park. Thank you, Councillor Lohberger. If the CEO is comfortable with that wording, if he's not, I would welcome any amendments or adjustments from the CEO.
Let's make sure that's been got. And could you repeat it again, just so that Mr. Young...
Perhaps Mr. Young might like to repeat what I've said, and I'll tell him if he's right.
So I've got you down as this coming in under point 2 on the substantive, that the City of Hobart authorised the CEO to negotiate with Centrepoint with a view for the car park to open 24 hours.
No.
Until 8 p.m. It's just an additional 4. This is Centrepoint car park, and it's just an additional 45 minutes until 8 p.m. to support the nighttime economy.
Actually, I've just had advice from the CEO that the existing item 4 probably provides that authorisation. That we're already giving him the opportunity to amend as needs basis where council officers.
Yeah, the only consideration for that is that we've been told it's probably $25,000 to $30,000 in addition, and that one specifies no net cost, whereas I'm authorising, based on the advice that we've been given today, I'm asking council to authorise the CEO to spend $30,000 to achieve that outcome.
I think he'd want to report back anyway.
Yeah, I think we would. And look, to be frank with you, if the recommendation goes through, there is obviously an additional revenue that would probably be able to net out at no additional cost. But I think I'm happy to take that number 4, the current, if it was to go through council tonight and negotiate with Centrepoint and bring it back to council if need be, but also looking at the figures relative to the revenue that we would get through the additional leasing out of the car parking spaces. So.
Okay, Lord Mayor, I think that the sentiment's been heard by the CEO, so I'll withdraw that amendment and see where it leads. But on debate, I think it would be a great achievement to have Centrepoint open until 8 p.m. I think it would be great for the city, great for the nighttime economy. And in addition, I would just seek to pass on feedback that I think that any early bird parking or all-day parking leases that we're looking at for Centrepoint, that they be not the primary car parking spaces at the bottom level immediately, which is what most of the car parks do in Hobart, and causes frustration for casual parkers having to go all the way to the roof. So I'd prefer to see that inverted, which you can take as advice, CEO. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion? Alderman Bloomfield.
It's interesting that this motion's appeared as it has, because, to be honest, I think we've all ended up with an awful lot of questions. And mine are completely different again, because I'm looking at 3.16, 3.162, 63, mostly because we're looking at introducing 70 spots of long-term parking. I was initially quite concerned about that because I didn't know who was taking these parks. Are we replacing casual people? You know, this was something that I was concerned about, because we've had so much discussion, particularly with the Centrepoint shop owners being really concerned about access to that car park for their clients, that this kind of thing really needed to be right across. Now, I was able to reach out very quickly, thankfully, to a number of business owners in the area to ask what was going on there. And I was quite interested to learn that there are a lot of people who work in that area who actually park long term in that space. But this isn't in that report. And then I found out additionally that there's actually some kind of waiting list where a lot of these shop owners would be eager to be able to have some kind of long-term lease deal. Also not in this report, and I don't even know if the 70 spots are actually going to be made available to the shop owners or anyone else who's currently using this car park on a long-term use, or whether or not it's another spot of people and we're going to be pushing out casuals. So these kind of things are really material to this debate, along with all the other elements that other people are bringing in, like the times and so forth. I really feel this should have gone to workshop, so we could have debated that there, because I don't imagine I'm the only one who've got even more questions at this point. Because the other thing that I'm curious about is this proposed cost of $359, including GST per calendar month. Now, that's what the cost of supplying these parks, and what's the income? Are we charging the people with the long-term lease premium, or are they getting a discount? I'd honestly like to know a little bit more about what are we actually putting to market here. So I'm sorry, I do have so many questions. So through you, Chair, could we have some of these answered? Like, what is going to be a cost to someone taking on one of these long-term leases? Who is being offered these long-term leases? Are they replacing casual spots, or are they replacing people who are currently using this in long-term thing? These are really material concepts for me that I need to understand, and I'm concerned that we're not workshopping this.
So, Mr. Artapa or CEO, would you like to answer some of those questions, or take some on
through the
notice?
Lord, the 359 is the current rate that's listed in our fees and charges, so it's the council adopted price. And the other parts of the question around who's going to be using the spaces, it's Centrepoint's the only multi-deck car park we have that doesn't have long-term car parking in it at the moment. So we've looked at the information or the data around occupancy rate of the Centrepoint car park in peak periods in Christmas, and there's definitely capacity there. Most, for excluding probably a couple of days per year when the car park's at capacity, long-term car parking options in there, noting that long-term permits are only issued for 12 months, so we've got flexibility to flex in and out of that market as we choose.
I might just add, sorry to that, thanks Ben, but we're aware that there is interest from retailers and operators within Centrepoint for parking close to their businesses, and certainly if there is a waiting list, which I'm aware that there are, they would be afforded the ability to hire those spaces, and we've already spoken to a couple of those, but obviously we didn't want to preempt the council's decision.
So there was another point that I can remember was very material to a previous decision that came to council months ago, about 8 spots that were allocated or be considered allocated for long-term use by the Centrepoint people at the time. And post then, I then found out that traffic engineers actually judged the capacity of a car park by the top 85% range. Top 85 percentile of the range has to be at a certain level to be considered full. Now, I've been able to gain quite a lot of data from the online information with these car parks, and my understanding is, firstly, it takes around 10 to 12 seconds to navigate a car into the car park. 780 cars means around about 1 or 2 hours to fill the car park. And then we have these averages supplied in here, which appear to be right across, which means that in the 2 hours that it takes to fill, the 2 hours it takes to empty, we're adding that into the average use, which is deliberately bringing it down. And my understanding is too that for a number of hours each day, this capacity, or this car park in fact, is at full capacity for some hours every day. So by putting any pressure on it, we're actually going against the standard principles of traffic analysis, which also concerns me. So I wanted to know whether or not we were being legitimate with the averages for starters. I mean, do those averages include weekend use? Do they include holiday use? I mean, that's another question. Do those averages supplied in this material actually include those types of uses, or is it more just Monday to Friday?
Mr. Artup, could you point to which part of the report you're talking about?
It's something I read earlier on, and the capacity was saying it's quite low in this car park, when I know that in the peak periods on a daily basis it's extremely high.
Artup, did you want to talk about?
The data in the report is the whole day occupancy rate. So you can look at those numbers and calculate it at peak times, but we've got the information for the occupancy over the whole day that the car park's open.
Yeah. So the problem we have with that average though is that the fill and the empty times are a minimum of 2 hours, which will stagger that rate. If we could instantly fill and instantly empty without those rates, which will adjust these figures, which is a concern. So, look, I guess honestly, there is so much that we could do well out of this. I'm very eager to do the best we can with both the financial elements and the generic outcomes for everybody. I would genuinely like to defer this to workshop if the council would have that.
That's a deferral motion. Seconded by Councillor Kelly. There's no debate on the deferral, so I'll put that all.
Can I ask you a question, Lord Mayor?
Yes, you can.
How long would it delay the item if it was to come to workshop?
A couple of weeks, or
It's
at
a bit hard
least.
to answer that now. Obviously, we've got a very full workshop program. Clearly, we're keen to see this bring forward, but I couldn't answer it as I sit here right now.
Okay, all those in favour say aye. Against say no. Hands all those in favour.
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. That's it. And the no.
Against.
Noes, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Pselt, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy, and the Mayor. Yeah, 6-6 lost.
Lost as a deferral motion. So we'll continue with debate on the motion. Alderman, Alderman Bloomfield, had you finished everything you wanted to say?
Oh, sorry, I thought that terminated my speech.
It probably did, yeah. Okay, close to time anyway. I think Alderman Zuko is up next.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I can't find it, but I just want to know the costings on potential options 1, 2 or 3. Are they in the report, or have I missed them?
So options, did you say?
Yeah, look, there's problems in regards to the pay station, relocating the pay station and construction of an access ramp and all that. Like, I'm looking at the financial aspects of it. And I've read through the report, I just cannot find, if we have to relocate, if we have to do this, if we have to do that, what that cost is.
Lord Mayor, if I may, so option 1 wasn't costed because it was deemed non-compliant. Option 2 hasn't been costed yet because we need to go through the design work.
Okay, so we still don't really know what this is going to cost us.
I think item 1 just would bring back a planning and construction for us to consider with the costing.
Yeah, again. So, but what I'm saying is, Lord Mayor, we're going to have some more expenses, which I don't know about. As I've explained before, I like to know what we're spending on them, and I'm glad that we're getting this financial viability now, so I can get an idea. That concerns me, Lord Mayor. I'm comfortable with the trial. I would move an amendment. I know it's going to lose, but it doesn't matter. and I'd like to move the amendment in part 2. I'm happy with a 2-year trial because I understand it will take a period of time to really assess it, but I'd like to know more often on how it's going, and rather than a annual review, I'd like a 6-month review to come back to council, so we get an understanding on how it's progressing. So I move that as an amendment, Lord Mayor,
the amendment
to change
is
the word annual to 6 monthly.
Second that, Lord Mayor.
Okay. Sorry, this is in
Part 2 of the motion.
6 monthly.
Yeah. Okay, it's Monday to Friday with a 6-monthly review to be undertaken. And I just want to emphasise that I am going to support and vote for this, even though I'm concerned about those other costs. And I just would like to know what those costs are as soon as possible, please.
Okay. I'll just see if anyone wants to speak on that small amendment of changing 12 months to 6 months. If not,
Only should it be a 6-monthly review or 6-monthly report? Like a review sounds to me like it's a lot more complicated. So a 6-monthly report and then the yearly review?
I think the review means the action of reviewing it by the staff. If you read it, and the report would come back to council.
Yes, certainly the council, officers wouldn't have a problem with a 6-monthly commitment. In actual fact, we're undertaking a substantial review of our parking, particularly with a focus on technology. So I think we'll be back to you within the 6 months with the information that Alderman Zuko has requested, in addition to the costings of the access ramp, which will be required long term for the car park. So.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Oh, question?
Could we, I'm a bit concerned that and it takes a little bit more intelligence to look at this, where we could be risking filling up these car parks with office workers. And I know it's an easy grab to get someone to pay, a fair bit of money and just drive in and all that. But I just think we're not getting the right mix there for getting shoppers in. There's a lot of old people, there's a lot of shopping people and all that. And there's every chance we could fill the whole car park up with people going to work. Sorry?
The decision is limited to 70 spots.
Well, I'm even is 70 right? I'm just saying it could be easy to do that. I'm not saying that is going to happen. I'm just saying I'd like a little bit more intelligence.
We'll know after the trial.
After that, so I just important just a note to have a look at that. As I say, it's an easy grab to get the permanents, but it could be robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Okay. So that's a comment on the amendment. Any other comments on the amendment to change it from 12 monthly to 6 monthly? There being none, I'll put that particular amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Now we're going back to the motion, the substantive motion. Are there any broader discussions on the substantive?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kitsos.
Look, I think this is a really good piece of work and something that we really, is really essential to our nighttime economy, and we need to look at this. But I am equally concerned, and you'll notice that I voted for it to go back to workshop, because I think there's still some things that we could tease out to get this right. I will be absolutely supporting this today, but I'd like to just point out a few things that let's make sure we're flexible throughout the trial. Let's really look at this 7:15 time, because I think, we've got nightlife, late night traders, a whole bunch of people that would like to use a CBD car park in the evening. And I think by limiting it to 7:15, if I was heading out for dinner, I wouldn't park in there and then hope my dinner came on time and try to leave. So really what you're capturing is people who might run an errand after work. The shopping district is well and truly shut down by that time of night, and it also says in the report that there is only 1.3% occupancy in the final hour of the car park. So I don't think that's a reason not to do this, but what I suspect is that if we want to actually strategically change the direction of what it is that we're doing and make this a place that people know they can come and park when they're going into the city at night, then I would actually like to see a 9 o'clock close or a 10 o'clock close so that people can feel like they can actually see their show, get dinner, get a drink, and then go and get their car park out of the parking station. If we pick those sort of awkward evening hours, I don't actually think we will see much take up or change in this space. And I know that there's costs associated with it, and I know that we need to look at these long-term leases, and I think lots of the comments made by Alderman Bloomfield tonight were sort of pertinent to further exploration of this as well. I really support the long-term planning around the improved access. I know it's a lot of money to spend on the ramp, but this is a long-term problem that actually needs a proper solution. I think the traders inside the arcade will be reluctant for a 9 o'clock finish because obviously the people on the street change at night time and they're going to have an empty arcade there that they're policing with security as people move through the car park. But perhaps they might like to open up additional hours to their traders if there's an increased nighttime economy in the area. So having said all of that, I will support the motion tonight, but just would like to see that 6-monthly report that we've just voted on come back, and the CEO regularly reviewing their hours with both the tenants and the landlord there and the security around this proposed change in time, just to see if this is the right decision for our city.
Further discussion?
Sorry, I just have a question.
Bloomfield.
Could we be supplied an analysis of the types of use that we get, being what percentage are casual use on what days, and what percentage are permanent use, as in, they get in on a regular basis and they use it for extended time each day. I just think that's such a material thing to know, and I believe we can possibly get it via the recognition on the number plates. Could we please be supplied? I just think it's so material to this.
Mr Artup, did you want to respond to that? Through
the Lord Mayor, we have occupancy data for all the multi-deck car parks that we operate. It's available. With some of them, we do, the late night data shows that our car parks aren't highly utilised for Argyle Street, for example, and some of the other private multi-deck car parks, their occupancy rates, after hours are pretty low as well.
That's actually not what I'm asking for. I actually want to know who are, because I actually have this wonderful text from a user that said, every time I go in there, I park next to the same people and we both stay there all day. And it's that kind of thing. I'm talking about those people who go from 8 o'clock till 5 o'clock at night. Do we identify those? And I believe we can. It's not the overall use, not the car numbers, but identifying long-term, everyday users versus short casuals. That's what I'd like to know.
From a profile.
And I understand we can provide that data through the census and through the way it operates. So yes, I've heard what you've said and we can provide that.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on this, I will put the motion as amended in a couple of ways. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zurko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitts. I missed Councillor Dutt, sorry, hand wasn't up. Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
I think you missed Councillor Kitsos.
No, I've got Councillor Kitsos.
And against?
Oh, it's the only one I haven't got.
Okay, now it's 6:45 and I'm proposing that we take a break for dinner. So I'll defer the meeting until 7:05 and we'll reconvene at that time.
given to me. So Paul, I want to
other amendments coming in, but I am going to open item 17. Councillor Lohberger, it's the procurement quotation exemption report. Would anyone like to comment on this? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 18 is the quarterly financial report. Moved by Councillor Harvey, seconded by Councillor Kitsos. Any discussion? There being none, I will put that. All those in favour say aye.
Right.
Say no. Carried unanimously. Item 19 is... Oops. It's 19.
Russian oil.
Oh, item 19 is a motion from Councillor Lohberger. I'll invite Councillor Lohberger to introduce his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, first thing I'd like to do is just welcome the representatives from the Association of Ukrainians in Tasmania who are in the gallery tonight with us. This is not a complicated issue. It is something that affects all of us every time we fill up our fuel tanks, but it is not complex at all. Russia is currently evading oil sanctions by laundering oil through third-party countries and refineries, especially those located in Asia, where Australia sources its petrol. And the petroleum products are then on-sold to other countries, obviously including Australia. The Hobart City Council and the people of Hobart are very supportive of Ukraine's right to defend itself from Russian aggression, and we have offered up our city as a refuge for Ukrainians forced to flee this conflict. But every time anybody in Hobart buys fuel, we're almost certainly providing some level of financial support for Russia's war against Ukraine. This includes residents and ratepayers in the city and also the Hobart City Council itself, which is a huge purchaser of fuel and spends hundreds of thousands of dollars on fuel every year. But the worst aspect for me about this situation is the Ukrainian refugees who have sought shelter in our country and in our city and are now being effectively forced to help finance Russia's war against their own country every time they buy fuel themselves. Australia has actually enacted significant sanctions against Russian oil imports, but the sanctions are being flouted through the laundering of oil in these third-party countries and refineries. It really is high time that Australia properly enforced its own sanctions, and that is what this motion is calling for, and nothing more. It is just calling for a letter to be written to the federal government, who are responsible for those sanctions, asking that they enforce the sanctions that have already been enacted. And I would like to finally say that there is no cost to the council for this motion. It is simply a letter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lohberger, have you got a seconder for your motion? Deputy Lord Mayor. Any discussion? Councillor Elliott?
Whilst the matter might not be complex, it's simply not our job. I actually must admit that I laughed out loud when I read this motion, because where is the line on what other letters we'll be writing to the Prime Minister or whoever else about? And if this letter was to even had a chance of being 0.01% effective, I would support it. But again, and I've said this before, it's going to do nothing. All it does is clog up the bureaucracy, and it does cost us money. Bureaucracy is really, really expensive. It has to go through all the different layers out and all the different layers back. It will achieve nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. I must admit, I found this motion really quite concerning because, like I said, where is the line? I actually was considering moving an amendment because maybe we should add in things like that the letter also include urging the Prime Minister to hurry up the delivery of the retired army tanks to Ukraine, lobby the officials of Myanmar to end their civil war.
Councillor Posselt, why are you standing?
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Posselt, why?
On relevance. On relevance, we're hearing about Myanmar. This has nothing to do with Myanmar.
I think it's relevant to the point Councillor Elliott's trying to make, that she doesn't think that these foreign affairs issues should be brought to the chamber. So I'll overrule that point of order.
Thank you. So I'll start again because I was interrupted. And that we have the letter include urging the Prime Minister to hurry up the delivery of retired army tanks to Ukraine, to lobby the officials of Myanmar to end their civil war, to pressure the UN and other agencies to better support the hunger crisis in South Sudan, to lobby Hamas to release the remaining hostages. And why don't we also ask him to talk to President Trump to reconsider his tariffs? These are all comparable situations. Trump's tariffs are impacting on Australians' superannuation. Our council would stand against famine. How long of a bow do we want to draw? I put this motion out on Facebook and some of the people said things like, what pothole does this relate to? Maybe the council should stay in their own bike lane. And another councillor at a fellow Kingborough council said that they would basically be laughed out of the council if they tried such a thing as this. Yet here it is in Hobart, ultimate virtue signalling, no purpose whatsoever. It will achieve nothing.
Further discussion?
Look, Lord Mayor, I've said sometimes less is more. This is more. I feel for the citizens of Ukraine. I played my role. I stopped drinking Russian vodka and I'll never touch Russian alcohol again. And I do my things because I can do that. It's not this council's role to actually go down this path, because it's going to probably hit the Minister and the Prime Minister. And we'll probably get an acknowledgement, hopefully, or some lay response. I have no doubt that the power brokers of the Ukraine community in this country would have lobbied the Prime Minister directly in his office about this and everything else that Russia's doing. We're spending time debating something that we have no power, and I hate having to vote on things. Well, I'm going to support this only because I don't want to be seen that I'm not supporting the Ukraine community. But it doesn't provide the Ukrainian community here or back in Ukraine anything at all other than, look, the Hobart City Council voted on to write to the Prime Minister. And as I repeat, I have no doubt the Prime Minister has been lobbied heavily in greater aspects than this. If we, what we really should do is should move an amendment, myself actually, so that this council writes to the Russian president and tells him to pull his head in.
Very good idea.
I think that's the best way to go, because I doubt very much any council in this country has written to that person, Mr. Putin. So maybe the next council meeting I'll get up and say that this council write to Putin and tell him to pull his head in. And I'm happy to actually write it and sign it. And I'm happy to even have it translated in Russian, Italian and every other language. Because he's not going to listen to what we're going to say, but I'd prefer it that way. Because I have no doubt our Prime Minister has been lobbied heavily by a lot of people. Let's go ahead, let's do it. Sorry to waste another two minutes of my time, or our time, on my debate on this. But look, we've got to get real. You know what? Councillor Lohberger could have written to the Prime Minister himself. The Lord Mayor could have done so. Everyone around this table could have done so. I would have got 12 letters instead of one.
Any further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I welcome Ukrainian people to the council tonight, and I wish you well with your fellow countrymen. I sympathise so deeply as I said, I sympathise with the Aboriginal people and I sympathise with the Ukrainian people. Australia has a great record, indeed Tasmania, of welcoming migrants, particularly from troubled areas, and I think we don't really need to promote that aspect of it. It's a humble thing we as Australians do, and I think the Runs are on the board for that. I think we run the risk of doing something, it's a noble gesture or a motion put by Councillor Lohberger, well-intentioned, but I think totally misguided. I think at the same time too, we can be seeing to, whilst I don't think the people who we take in as neighbours and into our community need really much more to know how we feel about the situation. And I just think we're just overstepping the mark here a little bit. Let's stay in the lane as the legislation says what we should be doing. And, you know, as I say, it opens a whole Pandora's box as to where we start and finish on this whole matter. I'm going to support this because, you know, I can imagine a few things happening if it doesn't, but I genuinely feel sorry for them. But moving forward, I will not. And I just think we're spending far too much time on these other matters that the Australian government at a higher level and a much more powerful situation that is doing than us. And I just think we're sending a very wrong signal and just not quite concentrating on what our main aim is with it. Just as I mentioned earlier tonight with the Franklin Square situation, I fully support telling the whole story. I just think there's a time and a place to do it. Franklin Square is not the place to create a hot political spot like that, nor is the council chamber appropriate for us to write letters to presidents, prime ministers and other people around the world. We know our job and I think we should stick to it.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, there are a number of points mentioned, and like any debate, you know, there are positives and negatives. There are accurate points or true, and it's debatable, and it's founded on well reasoning. For me, for Councillor Lohberger to bring this, it's my understanding, if the community has approached him, then as an elected member, he has brought it here. And he has a right to do that. And this is my understanding. I welcome the Ukrainian members in the chamber. And it is my understanding that because of that, the letter is simply asking to support that particular community, that we have done that. Now, for me, it is not laughable. It is, in fact, commendable. It is commendable that a councillor who knows that this is not his lane, this is not his jurisdiction, having considered all that, took it to the councillors. The councillors would have told them, the officers, Councillor Lohberger, we can't support this. They would have written it, but they haven't. All what they've written is that there is no risk. That means it's okay. There is no risk in this. We are able to do that and write a letter. So, for me, I think it is with good intention that Councillor Lohberger has brought this. It is with good intention that he took the community that came to him asking for him support. And I would support this because I think even though it is going to bring nothing, I mean, how you define nothing is a different matter. You know, somebody's nothing means something to somebody. It's like, you know, in India, you give them 2 pence to me, it means nothing, but it means quite a lot to them. You know, it's all a matter of definition. But I think it will mean something to the community who are here to know that the council have written to support them and their position. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott,
yes,
questions,
I'd like to
is it?
propose an amendment, please. Yep. I've sent that round to Mr. Young. That we also add into our letter to the Prime Minister those items that if we're writing about the Russian oil sanctions, we might as well. That the letter also include urging the Prime Minister hurry up the delivery of retired army tanks to Ukraine, lobby the officials of Myanmar to end their civil war, pressure the UN and other agencies to better support the hunger crisis in South Sudan, lobby Hamas to release the remaining hostages, that should say at the bottom, I've sent through a more recent version, and ask President Trump to reconsider the tariffs. So I'd like to move that as amendment.
Seconded by, I think it was Councillor Kelly. Councillor Posselt.
Lord Mayor, on procedure, I think this wholly changes the motion, which is focused on one item about something that we consume here in Hobart, which is oil and fuel. And Councillor Lohberger's motion directly references the fuel that our vehicles run on. That has nothing to do with the points. The only commonality is the Prime Minister. I would suggest that this should be a foreshadowed motion or an alternative motion rather than an amendment.
Can I have a point of clarification on that? Yeah, we do consume world peace and superannuation funds and against famine.
Yeah. No, I think it's more just whether that broader suite of asks is
no problem.
Contrary to the intent of the motion. There should be.
It adds to the motion.
Or should be foreshadowed.
It's an amendment.
I'll ask Mr Young for his.
It's an amendment.
Adds to the emotion. Not taking it away.
I think it's an amendment because I take Councillor Purcell's point, but if you look at fuel, we also as a council don't regulate fuel. So I think it's an amendment.
But it is.
It's more just that the... Okay.
No, just one further question. How does we consume fuel at this council pressure on the UN and other agencies to support the hunger crisis in South Sudan is wholly separate from this council. It's a weak link, but there is a link to Councillor Lohberger's motion and this council and what they do.
Drawn into the debate, but the way I see it is the thrust of the motion is around correspondence from one level of government to another level of government, and I've been quite consistent in the past on my advice on amendments for alternates or foreshadowed alternates. The amendment does nothing that is, in my view, inconsistent with the intent of writing to another level of government to raise an issue over which we have no jurisdiction.
Okay. Can I just ask? Sorry. Can I just ask a clarifying question for Councillor? Is she proposing that this information all goes into the one letter, or we write separate letters?
Yes, I think one letter would be good, like a turbo letter.
I think that's.
Lord Mayor, just a point of clarification here. I understand that the retired tanks are already on their way to Ukraine, so you could probably cross that one off.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment?
I'd just like to make the point that it is an amendment because the whole intent is to write to the Prime Minister.
It's an amendment.
And I just wanted to support Mr Young and his determination.
Support me
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on this amendment?
I'll just quickly state. I'll just quickly talk about a few things that have been mentioned by other councillors. It's really got nothing to do with the intent, my intent, with this motion. No one in the community has brought any of those issues to me, and I don't believe any of those issues are causing significant problems for people who we are providing refuge to in this city. So I will be voting against it. I would not have accepted it had I been asked, and I was disappointed that it was included, but I understand the legal officer's interpretation. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor, Deputy Lord Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Look, I feel like this amendment, while maybe coming from a place of genuine want to do something, actually doesn't come from that place. I don't recall Councillor Elliott actually putting a motion up to say that community members have come and spoken to you and this is why you're... Sorry, are you interrupting me?
No, excuse me, Deputy Lord Mayor, through me, not... what's your point of order?
I question whether the Deputy Lord Mayor...
No, that's not a point of order, Councillor Kelly. Could
Point of
you
order
sit down,
is that
please?
she has not the right to question the motives.
Excuse me, Councillor Kelly. I was pulling Deputy Lord Mayor up on that very point when you pulled a point of order, so you did not need to do that. Deputy Lord Mayor, can I ask that you address your debate through me, not across the chamber?
Sure,
Thank you.
No worries. So I'm a little bit perplexed, Lord Mayor, as to the intention behind this. As the individual who brought this particular motion to the chamber, or amendment to the chamber, said that it was something she could actually add into the motion. It wasn't something that was actually brought to her by the community and as a result finds itself in a motion. What I would recommend, or I'd like to seek some advice on, is how we could actually include all of these or make it part 2 of a separate motion, or maybe we can ask Councillor Elliott, she could bring it at a different meeting for our next council meeting. I'm just a little bit confused as to why these aspects are in there when the intention of the rationale, and with all due respect, Mr Young, I see this particular motion as the rationale says that the Russian oil is increasingly making its way into Australia as a percentage of shipments that come via refineries in third-party countries, despite the current strict Australian sanctions imposed in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I don't see any of those as that particular rationale, and so I'm wondering how we can, via advice, actually address that, because I understand what Councillor Elliott is attempting to do. I also understand what Councillor Lohberger is attempting to do. So I'm just trying to seek some advice on how we could address that, because I don't think it...
I think Mr Young has made his determination. He's given his advice, and I've accepted that this is an amendment on this occasion. So
can I get just some clarity on the other, like how can we work this in, or it will just stand as an amendment, or is there some other process?
All I can add is the meeting regs provide for motions and amendments to come forward that are, provided they are lawful, not offensive or defamatory. That is the test. There isn't a test that goes to rationale other than to relevance, and we've already had the discussion around the relevance, so I don't think I can add any more to the debate.
So if there's no further discussion on the amendment, I will put that...
I have no... Yeah, all what this is doing, the amendments, and I simply echo the words that was quite forcibly repeated a number of times. It will do nothing. It will do nothing. It will do nothing. I mean, the thing is, if it's going to do nothing, why should we then add this? You know, it's a contradiction. It's really a misnomer. On the one hand, we're saying it's doing nothing, and then on the other hand, we go ahead and say we're doing. So we're contradicting our very preposition on which we build our arguments. So it just baffles me. That's sort of logical. It's rather illogical, irrational, and therefore I'll have difficulty supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion on the amendment...
Am I allowed to sum up on that or not?
No.
Okay.
No, just on the... I don't think so. Sum up on an amendment? No. Okay, so I'll put that. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kelly.
And against?
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Coates hiding in the corner there. Councillor Coates, Councillor Passelt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
That's lost. So we'll move back to the original motion and vote. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I also acknowledge the presence of those in the chamber, and obviously the concern they have for their community and their loved ones and relatives in the Ukraine. Look, I, as a general rule, won't support these sort of motions where it's just us writing to the Prime Minister or Foreign Minister, unless it's something to do with our local government council and something we have an element of control over and we sort of seek engagement. I do think that we run the risk as a council of getting out of our lane, and while I acknowledge that we can bring it forward as a matter of public debate for this chamber, in some ways some of the benefit happens by having the debate, but then I don't think we actually need to do the next step. Federal government is in charge of foreign policy for this country. They are very strong in this area, I believe. I've actually inadvertently been stung by the Russian sanctions. I can tell you from experience that they are being enforced. So even the motion as it's written sort of, yes, we better enforce. There's always ways that organisations can do better, but, it does undermine confidence when we sort of let that narrative get out there that somehow the federal government isn't doing its job. When it comes to the specific issue of Russian oil, the international community found itself at an impasse. Unfortunately, they couldn't just turn it all off. There wasn't going to be agreement. They went down the price cap methodology. There are countries out there that will, for various reasons, often economic, energy security, etc., sometimes pure profiteering or not friendly actors, but they will take this oil off the market. And so as an international community, Australia banded together with others and put the price cap mechanism. And I'm not in a position to say and to insinuate that the Australian government's done a bad job in that regard. They have professional advisors at DFAT, they have diplomats, they have allies around the world, and if it's not for the City of Hobart to raise concerns and send that to them. I would encourage groups, individuals in the community, if they do have concerns about how Australia's foreign affairs and regime is doing it, then take that step and write and be a representative. It's not really our place as a local government to do that, albeit, and we do see this with some motions, that some of the benefit is just to bring it to this chamber. And so, look, I voted against the previous one. I'm voting against this one because I just don't think it's appropriate for us to be writing, albeit I can agree with the sentiments of what's being proposed here. And look, it does obviously seek to highlight it in the media as well, in the public space. And maybe if there are people in the federal government who are observing this, although I doubt it, but if there are, it might make it put front of mind as to how they're implementing these sanctions. But from my understanding, the federal government sets foreign policy. They have done so in accordance with allies and allied countries, including the Ukraine. And of course, it's important to note our Prime Minister met with the Ukrainian Prime Minister last week. And so I don't think it's appropriate for us, local government, to be somehow suggesting in writing and saying we need to better enforce and implying that they're doing a bad job. I think we need to let the federal government take charge of foreign affairs.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Tonight's debate clarified an age-old question for me, to be honest, because I've always felt these letters to be sent in support of various causes just weren't part of the purview of this council. But the debate tonight's shown me a different view, which is really interesting because for me, as a professional accountant, it's not uncommon for people to approach me who I don't even know. They've come off the street and they've said, look, can you certify this? Can you sign that? Sometimes people I haven't seen for a while come in and say, could you give me a character reference? And I do those. I don't ask money. I just do them because that's what you do. I have a certain standing as a professional and they require that, and I allow my voice to support them. And all professionals throughout Australia will do the same. We just do that. So when we extend that concept to here, we do have a louder voice in this room. Collectively, through the Mayor, we have quite a strong voice. And the people tonight have come through to ask us to use that voice to speak on their behalf. So I understand that. Perhaps we should not be so introspective, perhaps is the right word for this, and look at it more generously and think perhaps if we'd simply generously said, okay, we'll sign this letter, this debate would have been nothing and we would have moved on and done the rest of our work. Because perhaps we need to look at it from that point of view, that we are seen as leaders of the community, we are asked to speak on behalf. And just like accountants, doctors, engineers, they all do it, I do it. For the community, we should do or think the same way. So I hope you have great heart in the fact that this room does think of you. My daughter is half Ukrainian, so it does mean something to me personally, but I do think in this room that we need to have a little bit more generosity of spirit. And perhaps next time a letter comes through this room, I'd like perhaps that generosity to extend to not so much debate and to simply small acceptance, move on, and we could do this job in 5 minutes.
Ellie, I think you've spoken.
Question?
Yep.
Through you to the CEO, as an individual elected member using a council letterhead, can I write to the Prime Minister in my capacity as an individual, stating this is my personal opinion, to ask such a question?
The elected members are able to obviously express their own views, provided they're very clear on that. You can't act as a spokesperson of the council. That's restricted to the Lord Mayor, but you certainly are able to express your own opinion.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion, Deputy?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I just want to thank my colleagues around the table for their comments. And I think when I look at this particular motion, I think the difference between this and the amendment that came, and maybe it'll be something that'll be in a Facebook post, we didn't vote for those particular amendments because the rationale behind those amendments and this particular motion are starkly different. The community has brought this to our elected member, who has kindly then put it into the chamber. That is something completely different to what transpired a few minutes ago, in my humble opinion. To refer to this motion as virtue signalling, I completely disagree with that. I think what Councillor Lohberger has done is actually listen to our community, and that is virtuous. So thank you for doing that. And not only that, the Local Government Act at section 28 says, a councillor in the capacity of an individual councillor has the following functions. It goes on to say a few things, but I'd just like to point out A. 1A is to represent the community. And I think Councillor Lohberger has done that. I too also want to agree with some of the sentiments behind what Alderman Bloomfield has said. And I'm really encouraged by her change in position from how she used to view these letters to what she views it today, as she has explained. And I think that's a very mature and a wonderful step that shows the importance of what we do here as community representatives. And it also shows that we care about our community. And I think that's a really important thing for us to be able to do on an issue that means a lot to members who live in our community, who call Tasmania home, who call Hobart home. So thank you so much for bringing this forward, Councillor Lohberger, and thank you to the community for bringing it forward.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, Councillor Lohberger, did you want to sum up?
I'll just be quick, Lord Mayor. It's just a little bit of a grab bag of sort of responses. I think it is worth making the point again, and some of my colleagues have made it already. The motion is supported by the Association of Ukrainians in Tasmania and was brought to me by a local ratepayer. It's not just some frivolous thing that I'm doing here. It is one item out of 25. It really hasn't taken us that much time, especially compared to the first couple of motions we went through. With regards to writing to the Russian dictator, look, the Trumpian approach hasn't worked and he's given up. And I think if you're following in Trump's footsteps, you're going the wrong way. And just finally, as Alderman Bloomfield has pointed out, we have a much stronger voice when we speak together as a council. And that was always my intention when bringing this, that we really speak as a council, not as an individual councillor. So I commend the motion to my colleagues. I hope we can all vote for it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
With that, all those in favour say aye. Against say no. Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly, Councillor Harvey, the Deputy and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillors Elliott and Coates.
Okay, so we'll move on now to another motion. This one's from that's been passed now by the council, so we'll make sure that we send you a copy of the letter when we send it off. So we're moving on to another motion now, which is the Hall Saddle Master Planning. This is put forward by myself and Councillor Lohberger, but given I'm in the chair, I'll invite Councillor Lohberger to introduce the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I won't speak too long on this, simply because we've all heard this before. We've spoken about Hall Saddle quite regularly. It obviously provides an opportunity for a much-needed visitor centre on the mountain, which will also help to disperse visitation across the mountain and to ease congestion at the springs and on the pinnacle. After a successful open day at the Hall Saddle in April, there was significant interest in the development of the site, and also including from the private sector. And I might just stop there just to ask the CEO a question, just to confirm that there has been a number of inquiries from the private sector about the Hall Saddle site.
CEO?
Yes, I can confirm that there certainly is private sector interest in the site.
Thank you, CEO. So look, before we can do anything with the site, we need a master plan, and I think that master plan must include an expression of interest process for all of these private companies to just to gauge their interest and also to get a feeling for who is interested. It is not something that will cross paths with the other two reviews that are occurring. So there are two separate reviews, one being mounted by Wellington Park Trust and the other one being undertaken by the state government. These reviews are overarching reviews about the overall management of the mountain. They have no focus on specific operation of any particular part of the mountain, and of course this site is actually outside the park. It's my understanding that one or both of those reviews will come down quite positively about the Hall Saddle site, and I think we just need to hit the ground running and start getting this work done now, so that when these reviews are finally finished, we have a workable master plan, or we are on the way to developing it. And I will note actually that the timing of this was thought, I was quite careful about how this was timed. Unfortunately, the state government review is late. So we should have actually known already, last month, about a month ago, we should have already known what they were actually thinking regarding Hall Saddle specifically and the mountain more generally. But we don't, because it's been delayed several times now, which is unfortunate. But yes, as I say, this will not cross over the territory that those two reviews are looking into. It actually, I think, will be very complementary to that work, and especially if, as I expect, there is some a reference made in those two reviews to using Hall Saddle as a transport hub. So again, I just commend this to my colleagues. It is something we're going to have to do anyway at some stage or other. We do need to work out what to do on that site. There is a lot of interest from the private sector as well as from people who use the mountain, I might add. And I think a master plan is necessary. So I commend the motion to my colleagues. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Oberger. Was there a seconder for our motion? Councillor Kitsos. Further discussion? Councillor Bloomfield.
I've got a question for now. These two reviews, I was just interested the way it was presented to us. Those two separate reviews, they appear to be about the mountain, but Hall Saddle is actually outside the zone that's being examined. Is that correct? So we're actually talking about a piece of land that's adjacent, but not actually part of the review, correct?
CEO?
No, it is certainly located outside of the mountain park, the Mount Wellington National Park rather, but it's been included in the scope of both reviews.
Yeah.
Councillor Kelly.
Question to CEO. CEO, has Wellington Park Management Trust General Manager been in touch with you to discuss how, as part of the Wellington Park Management Trust's review, or business case as it's called, which is not to be confused with the State Grove's study that they're doing, which is called Our Mountains Future. So has Wellington Park Management Trust General Manager spoken to you about the possibility, about discussing this Hall Saddle as part of their plan, and also too, with providing funds, if there are some left over, from the amount of money that's been allocated to the Trust as part of the possibility of something that may, I'm not saying it will, just something that may happen?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, we have had discussions. I'm on the steering committee for both reviews, obviously assisting Amy and the Trust in terms of the business case. So at this point, we are really working through the process. It'll be quite some time before we know in terms of the business case when if there was to be any monies or direction from that in terms of the Hall Saddle site. But yeah, as I say, council is involved via myself, and will continue, as well as the board members, yourself and Councillor Lohberger, to be able to monitor that and be part of that, and then respond to that. So.
Any further discussion? Councillor Dutton.
Just a question, Lord Mayor. Point number 2 and paragraph 2, the last sentence is, therefore, this motion does carry an element of risk. Would I get some clarification on that, please? What risk and why that statement?
I wrote that statement, and the risk would be that if either outcome suggests that Hall Saddle or another site isn't suitable for a visitor information service or for a further use, that there could be some risk that it's contrary to the findings of those. Unlikely, but again, my job is to identify risk, and there is a slight risk.
Question, Lord Mayor. Could we just clarify whether the state government's strategic review has been completed and we're just waiting for its release? Is it sitting on the minister's desk?
No.
Yes.
So what I can say is that the engagement, which was the development of the actual vision for the mountain, has certainly been completed in draft form, and that is waiting for ministerial approval to be released. And so that's a substantive part of the review. But then then the second part of the review will look at the governance and the future funding and operations for the mountain. So that's still yet to happen.
Okay, any further discussion? Councillor Coates.
Thank you. Look, as I read it, I'm picking these numbers out of the air, but there's a 80% chance that either a strategic review or potentially, noting here it's talking about it's going to be completed in 2026, one or both potentially of these will identify Hall Saddle. And so, at its crux, this motion sort of says, oh, we should start working now. But, I just go down the bottom financial implications. It's going to require a bucket load of officer time and consultancy services of 50 grand. Now, yes, they're going to put it in the 25-26 annual plan and budget, but the actual motion says it should begin immediately. And the comments by the mover definitely reflect they should start to work now. Now, the work might not physically start tomorrow. I suspect it'll start, in 5 weeks' time. They've got a plan, and they don't just have staff sitting and doing nothing, and that'll obviously sit in next financial year. But, how much benefit are we really getting from pushing this through now versus waiting for potentially, if the first one of those comes down and rules it in, it makes a lot more sense to go down this path. If the first one comes down and rules it out, well, we shouldn't be spending money on a master plan for a proposal that's been ruled out. We should then reflect on why it's been ruled out, what the recommendation is of that review, and engage in that process. And so I can appreciate, we want to be quick and we want to be strategic on these things, but when I was reading the officer's response to this, much like was it Councillor Dada, it does talk about risk. I mean, when they write the financial implications section, that's alerting us to the expenditure of public money. And when we've got the business case that's going to be completed in 2026, the strategic review plan towards the end of 2025, I just don't see why we couldn't fire the starting gun on this process in September, October, February, when the first one comes out. We don't need to say wait for both. But, I fear that we'll potentially spend 50 grand of consultancy and, 100 grand of officer time. And there's maybe it is only 20%, 1 in 5, but a chance that it's of limited value. And I know we've done a lot of work on that site, and I know officers have spent a lot of time assessing that site, and and yes, the master plan would speed up the process if a business case, but again, this is infrastructure that's going to be there for potentially 100 years. I just don't see the sort of risk reward, and I don't see the rationale. And look, I can appreciate that Councillor Lohberger and the Lord Mayor have taken a very strong personal interest in Hall Saddle, but if this was the best pathway to go down, I genuinely think the officers would be giving us the recommendation to say, we want your approval to budget this money. We want your approval to start this process. You know, this wasn't put in our budget plan a year ago, but officers can come to us and say, hey council, we want you to help speed up this process and we need a council decision and endorsement on this. Instead, we've received a motion and the officer response is, I would say, broadly positive, but there are those risk flags and the red flags. And so, you know, I've just got to sit here, I guess, with my financial hat on and go, I don't think we need to be actioning this motion now, and I don't think we risk much by waiting until at least one of these reports comes out. And, you know, I think as the CEO responded before, this motion carries an element of risk.
Any further discussion? Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very brief. As Councillor Coates knows, I'm a mountain biker and mountain biking involves risk. All good things in life involve risk. Buying your first house is a risk. Buying your second house is a risk. And in fact, buying anything is a risk. Everything we do, when we walk down the stairs today, that's a risk. I see people fall down the stairs all the time and break their legs. Life is risky, and it's about where you draw your risk thresholds. And in this case, I think the council should have the appetite to take a little bit of a gamble on this site, because it will help to inform what we do with its future, regardless of what the government says. So if we move this forward, we find lots of private-public partnership opportunities, business opportunities, we can see a real vision taking shape that then we can sell to the state and the federal government. We can ask for some help to build it, and we can solve congestion on the mountain, solve some environmental issues on the mountain, and provide a great mountain tourism experience, all from our site at Hallsaddle. And why not accelerate this process? We've talked about this for so long. Enough talk, let's do.
Further discussion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, once again, probably well-intentioned, but not quite at the core of what we should be doing. As stated before, the facts are there are two studies being done on this on the mountain at the moment. And both, as the CEO said, will be considering the whole saddle. So that's the first thing. It's not as if we're on the outside and no one knows about us and we've got to promote ourselves. It's on the radar. I spoke to the General Manager of Wellington Park Management Trust. She said if there are funds available, there may be some that could be helped to look at a study if that was required. We're going to be saving money. There's $50,000 here. I mean, to me, that's a lot of money. It might not be to other people, or in the percentage of things in our budget, it might not be. That's not the issue. It is a substantial amount of money, and it's about the governance here. There's still time to be played out in this whole matter. They know where we are. We've had our open day. We've spent money doing that. As Councillor Coates said, you know, this is going to cost 50 grand plus officer level time. This is just crazy. I really, nothing political here, guys. I'm just really imploring upon you people just to have a think, just cool our heels a little bit here. The wheels are turning. We're totally under the microscope. We've spent money already on the whole saddle situation to promote our best cause. They know who we are. We've got the CEO. The CEO is on two of the committees that are steering this. We have our best man in the best place to put our case forward. Please do not spend up to this $150,000 tonight. Nothing political. Please, you know, I'm doing this from what I consider to be really, really good governance of not freaking out. There's time, there's other money that might be there. We've got the man in the job to promote our cause on the two committees. Two committees are looking at it. What more evidence do you want to say that we shouldn't be doing this at this stage? Sure, if we get the vibe from the CEO, who's our man in the thick of it all, and Councillor Lohberger and myself are both on the trust and we actively attend the meetings of that, if we'll know that we can do this later on. There's not the time. So please, I ask you all, through good governance and responsible governance, to save this business, our city, up to $150,000 here, just by being prudent and making a good, cool-headed, analytical decision on this. I really, really ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Loberger. I think you've
Got
spoken.
some questions, Lord Mayor. Can I just ask the CEO to just confirm that where he mentioned risk in here, that he did say earlier the risk is slight, or it is a slight risk? So.
Look, I think the visitor experience has been clearly identified as something that needs to be improved on the mountain. There's limited sites that are available to be able to do that. Hall Saddle is one where there is a major opportunity to deliver a high quality visitor experience. So as I say, the risk is around the reviews not supporting that. It's maybe unlikely, but again, I'm not doing my job unless I identify that for the council.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you, Lord Mayor. One more question. If we do pass this motion, I mean, the master planning process, I imagine, will take some time, as well as the expression of interest process. How long will those things take, just as a rough estimate?
Look, as was pointed out, the strategic review is already behind schedule. So the vision ought to have been released by now, and then obviously there's still a fair bit of work to do in the engagement. So I still expect that we'll see a result towards the end of the year. So that one will be the end of this year. The Wellington Park business case is a more difficult proposition. It's a longer term, so it is, I think, latter part of 2026 to see that delivered. So.
Well, sorry, I think I've asked that question in a confusing way. I actually meant if we pass this motion, the master plan for the whole Saddle site, how long would that take?
Yeah, well, we haven't scoped it out yet. Clearly, we can sit down and work through that. I mean, you'd be looking at, you know, six months or more in terms of obviously working it out internally and then identifying the appropriate resource to work with. And again, it would be necessary to work with both the trust and the state government. So I'd say 6 or 7 months.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, CEO.
Further discussion, Councillor Kitsos.
Lord Mayor, look, I'm happy with the timing of this motion tonight. I think that given the fact that, I mean, let's face it, we don't move quickly. We've got lots of checks and balances to do before we can even commence this next phase of the project. So I think we need to start. I think we need to start now, and I think we just work with the findings of the review as they come back. But I do think that it sends a really good message. It sends a message that we're serious about using this site as part of improving the visitor experience on the mountain, because it is indeed a very suitable site, and I'm very supportive and hopeful that we will actually see this used in the future. So they're the reasons I'm supporting the motion tonight.
Any further discussion?
Sorry, just have one more question. Sorry. Is it possible, given the discussion the state government had with all of this, that they may in fact take over this whole area, including Hall Saddle, or is it always going to be in our
CEO?
Look, I guess that's the big question to be answered as part of the review in terms of the governance. Clearly, at the moment, you've got multiple players with different responsibilities in close proximity to each. So, I mean, it does make sense that there be a centralised governance and potential funding for it. So, I mean, there are a range of options that are available. So it's speculative at this stage to be able to say that one is going to be preferred above the other. But certainly that's an option.
Further discussion?
Yeah, look, based on that particular answer, I was of two minds with this whole project, to be fair, but if we don't even know if we're even going to be responsible for it, if we're going to own it, if it's going to move to state government.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's right. Then, you know, we'd be throwing money over somebody else's asset. So, honestly, whilst I'm not against that we should do it, I think we should probably wait some time before we actually establish that we're spending money on our own asset later on.
Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, I have some reservations with this, unfortunately, and having heard the debate, realizing that it could be a matter of time, maybe it's a timing. In principle, I support this. I have no hesitation. But having heard the arguments from the other side and my reservations with the risk they're taking, and maybe it's the timing of it is wrong. And if you could wait for a few more months, I would be more comfortable with the other facts that will come into play. So with that, I have this reservation until I hear some other convincing arguments. Thank you.
Councillor Posselt, you've spoken.
I have just a question, if I may. Thank you. I think the budget allocation was we think about $50,000. Is that correct? Yes. And what was the surplus that we are returning this financial year?
Well, again, it's talking about next financial year.
I understand.
In terms of but it's around 8 million-ish at the moment.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Because I'd like to say something to my co-motion. Look, I think you have to be a very patient person to see things happen on the mountain. And the Hall Saddle project was Hall Saddle site was first endorsed by this council. I think it was the council before the last one. So it might have been about 2016 or 2017 that was identified as a strategic site. So we're getting close to eight or 9 years that we first said, let's do something with this. But what we did was we decided not to take the initiative and do the work. We decided we'd lobby other levels of government that this was a really good project. So we spent a couple of years doing that, and we didn't get it didn't get any action. In fact, we've had more than a decade of delay of any infrastructure being built on the mountain by anybody except the City of Hobart, because the state government was waiting for the cable car sort of magic bullet to sort of come in and save the mountain's infrastructure challenges. So, you know, we have waited patiently, and we actually, as a council, made a decision last year. The CEO can correct me if I'm wrong, but to us allocate 4 times this amount, $200,000 was set aside in the 24-25 annual plan and budget for Hall Saddle planning. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So we already made the decision, and we were going ahead because we know this is important. We know we're the major custodians of the mountain. We're the ones that get things done on the mountain, and we decided not to proceed last year because we thought we'd wait for these other reviews to take place. Now those reviews were announced, I think, mid last year. And we've been waiting, and we're now nearly June, and we're sort of still waiting. So I am not waiting. I'm waiting to watch paint dry. Effectively, I think the state government will come up with something, but I'm not expecting to be super excited about anything major happening there. I think, you know, hopefully we'll get them considering to be putting a little bit more in towards the infrastructure. Supporting the Wellington Park Trust a little bit more, maybe having a slightly different governance model. But my sense is that, you know, us doing this work, us putting in a much smaller amount than we were planning to a year ago, is a really sensible contribution to what is, you know, a big discussion about, you know, the state government's definitely starting to try and get more interested in the mountain, which we appreciate, but I'm not expecting that to move very quickly. The Wellington Park Trust is going to sort of keep beavering away, but again, they've got all sorts of challenges with their budgets, and they're obviously going to take till 2026. What we can do is we can do what we're good at, which is knowing the mountain, bringing in the partners, finding what interest there is out there in the private sector, see if there's some really exciting co-investors that can help us pay for this infrastructure and create a fantastic space that will be a really useful car parking space and mountain experience, pretty much regardless of what other parties do. And you know, I think all the indications are that they are all seeing this as a really useful place, but I do not expect the state government to be offering to put any money into this place, it will have to happen through a public-private sort of partnership, because I think the state government's got a lot on its financial plate. So I think this is a relatively small amount of money compared to what we had agreed to spend a year ago to actually keep moving on a positive project that we actually, as a council, agreed was a positive project, nearly getting close to 10 years ago. I mean, 8 years, I guess. But we just have to keep moving these things forward, because unless we do, the mountain's infrastructure just continues to deteriorate, and we are the only ones that are proactive, and I think this is a sensible step in the right direction. Yes.
You mentioned the $200,000 that was previously allocated. Is that still in a budget somewhere, or it got reabsorbed?
Yeah, so we made a decision at the time because we were lobbying for the strategic review to occur, and largely that was what we were proposing to do with the money, and also that the Wellington Park Trust had allocated monies as well, so we were working together. So we rather the state spend, obviously budgeted to spend money on the review, and so that's been reallocated.
All right. With regard to $50,000, how much of a start would that give us with regard to developing a master plan for Hall Saddle, or towards final designs for Hall Saddle, or something that could go out for expression of interest, or all of the above?
Yeah, so look, I'm very comfortable, given my knowledge of where things are at, to lead the project, and we've got staff that are able to assist. You know, if we can deliver a lot of it, as I said in the comments, in-house, but you'll need the expertise around the design elements and the spatial elements, which is why the 50,000 there. So the balance of it will be through our wages, which are already budgeted. So.
And in order to gain funding for such a project, and I think I've said this regularly, you need to have shovel-ready designs in order to approach Development Australia or whatever other body to seek funding, or for a big election promise. Is that correct? Can you verify that I'm still right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, it's becoming more so. Obviously, we've had an urban UPP, what is it, Urban Precincts and Partnership application in for this particular site for many months, and yeah, I think the lack of development readiness is an issue, but certainly across grants more broadly, it's becoming more of an issue.
So unless something's really highly developed and to that point where we could stick a shovel in the ground and start building it, there's no chance we'd ever get funding for anything. And I don't think we'd ever get funding from the state government on this sort of project, since they're spending it on everything else. Chocolate fountain especially. If we took the chocolate fountain money, maybe we'd have a go. But I'm supportive of this tonight. I don't think it's a waste of $50,000. I think it's part of a process that will ultimately lead to something at Hall Saddle, because I think we can all agree that that's the best site we have off the mountain that could be the hub of the future to get people up and down, plus other co-services that exist on the site. So I'm supportive of this tonight, and I do support us continuing the journey of constantly developing this project, so that when we are in the position to push for funding, we will be at the table, or at least our project won't be sitting on the bottom of the pile of good ideas.
Hey, Councillor
Just a clarification, a question. So the 200,000 that was set aside in 2024-25 has been taken away. It's no longer there, and therefore we are now budgeting for 25-26 only $50,000.
That's correct. Look, they are different scopes of projects. Again, we identified the need for the strategic review as a council, and the state government have duly delivered that. So, I mean, that's to their credit that that's happened. That was what that money was allocated for, which would have looked at elements of master planning for the site. So this is specifically now focusing on a master plan for Hall Saddle.
That satisfies me a bit more. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly, I think you've got a question, have you?
Can I just clarify for you, Chair, to the CEO, the study by the State Growth, which is out in October, November, and the Wellington Park Management Trust will be looking at Hall Saddle.
Yeah, look, yeah, it's included in the scope of both, for sure. So,
And they will be paying for all of that themselves. The Wellington Park Management Trust and/or the state government will be paying for that without any input from us as part of their study.
yeah, so the strategic review is being funded largely by the state government. So the Wellington Park Trust money is also allocation from the state government. So again, we lobbied to make sure that the Hall Saddle site was included in that. But again, we don't know the outcome of that yet, but they certainly are considering that as an important part.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, just because I feel I need to clarify some of the questions that have been asked by Councillor Kelly. The scope of the state government's strategic review, does it go into depth about the kind of design and master planning for this site, or does it look at governance, visitor numbers, broad visitor infrastructure around the mountain, land tenure status of things like national parks, fire management? Is its brief much broader than what we would be doing with our bit of little pocket of land here and what we would be doing with this master planning for Hall Saddle?
Yeah, no, 100%. It's a lot broader, but what it does do is look specifically at the community's appetite for visitor infrastructure on the mountain. So again, it will be quite telling, but it certainly won't provide the level of detail we're looking at here in a master plan. So.
Through you, Chair, you are aware, CEO, that there's been numerous studies done on people's opinions of what exactly we're talking about here and all those things. That also has already been done.
Councillor Lohberger, would you like to sum up?
Yes, I'll do so just quickly. I just think the focus seems to be on these other two studies. For me, they are macro studies of bigger issues. They will take into account the Hall Saddle site, but they'll end up saying something like, it's a good idea. They're not going to do the master planning. They're not going to do this sort of really in-depth work. We need to be ready. I think we need to be shovel ready, as Councillor Harvey said. This is the work we need to do to get towards that point. And I think it allows us to hit the ground running when these reports do come down, these two reviews. I don't believe it's a huge risk. In fact, the CEO said the risk is slight. And yes, I think, as the Lord Mayor points out, it's up to us to progress this project. Just everybody else seems to sit back and wait for somebody else to do it. We've done that for too long. We really have to sort of get going with it, get it to that shovel-ready status, find out what private companies are interested, like gauge that private interest, and we'll be ready. We'll be at a particular point after that's all done to potentially move on to the next step, which I assume would be something along the lines of planning. So look, I do think it's necessary. I do think the timing is not wrong. $50,000, yes, it's a lot of money, but it's a lot less. Can you please stop interrupting me, Councillor Kelly? Is that...
That's right.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Chair. Councillor Kelly's interrupting me.
If you would please respect Councillor Lohberger's right to speak uninterrupted.
My apologies, Lord Mayor. It was just after the third time I'd had enough. Yes, this is a site that is a valuable site for the mountain and for visitation. We do need to do something with it. While the other two reviews are looking at it, they are not going to do the work that we are looking to do here. I think it's a really valuable piece of infrastructure. As the point's been made already around the table, there are very few places to put something like this on the mountain. This is pretty much the only other site that is cleared and flat, has power and water. And in fact, let's face it, the Springs doesn't even have power, so it's a better site than the Springs. So look, I do commend it to my colleagues. I think it is worth us pushing this forward. In the context of our $8.5 million surplus, or around $8 million surplus, it is not a huge risk for us as councillors to be taking. And as I said, I don't think the work that we're proposing to do here is anything like the work that these other two reviews are proposing. I actually believe it will dovetail in. I really do think this work will dovetail with those two reports. And yes, I commend it to my colleagues. I can't see any really strong reason to vote against this motion, to be honest. So I'll leave it at that, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands. All those in favour?
Favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Purcell, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Harvey. Mayor?
Sorry, that was me.
Sorry, your hand is up, thank you. Zerko, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield,
And that is carried. So we'll now move on to another motion that we have, item 21 regarding the Domain Highway interchange. Councillor Posselt to move his motion.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a seconder and then I can speak.
Seconded by Deputy Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What a pleasure it is to bring this motion to Council this evening. I was working on the ambulance on Saturday night and I had to use this intersection, the Domain Highway and the Brooker Highway, and even at sort of 6 or 7 o'clock on a Saturday night, congestion galore, and quite a dangerous intersection. So just to speak to the motion briefly, this motion is pretty much a no-cost motion to the council. It's a few letters to send out to relevant parties to lobby the state government and make federal members aware that this intersection urgently needs attention and upgrades. And that is both from a safety perspective and from a congestion busting perspective. And I'll just talk you through a few of the aspects of this intersection that make it so problematic. So firstly, since 2015 there have been 362 accidents that have been reported to police at this intersection, which is highly likely to be an underrepresentation of the actual accidents that have occurred at this site. But I think to anyone's measure, the thought of 362 accidents at a single site and no safety upgrades being delivered as a result is somewhat astonishing. And in discussions with transport experts that have worked at State Growth and now work for us here at Council, it is their view that those crash statistics would rank this intersection as in the top 5 most crash-prone intersections in the state. And I think, just let that sink in. The top 5 most crash-prone intersections in the state. And it's not really surprising because I actually remember this great series of posts on social media that Councillor Kelly did during the election, and he posted a picture of this exact intersection reflecting, I think, that it was built in the mid-50s. And it's just great to see those historic photos because you look at the traffic volumes, there's like 4 cars in the photo. And I think even at 3 a.m. in 2025, I think that photo could not be achieved. I think there is always more than 5 cars at that intersection. So times have changed and traffic volumes have increased. And what we need to reflect on as a council is that some routes are not suitable for modal share adjustments. So we can't really fix traffic that is moving from the northern suburbs of Greater Hobart to the eastern shore by asking more people to catch buses. It's fundamentally problematic to do that because those buses generally have an interchange in the city and then they go back out again. So a commuter time to get from Glenorchy to Rosny Park would be 15 minutes on a good day, but if you catch a bus, it's probably going to be an hour and a half to 2 hours. It's also a primary freight route. This route, it serves all of that industrial area, the northern suburbs and beyond, and then out to the east, to the eastern the whole east coast of Tasmania, but also the airport, Cambridge, Mornington Park. There's a lot of truck movements through this intersection. And in addition to that, the transport experts tell me that this intersection is one of the most fragile intersections in Greater Hobart. There are 2 intersections that urgently need upgrading, and they are Mornington Roundabout, which everybody knows about, and this intersection. And the things that they have in common are that they both cause queuing onto a highway. It is not acceptable to have cars stationary on highways. as a daily phenomena. And a tiny bit further background information for you to consider, which is that the congestion that is flowing onto the bridge for traffic that is starting in the north and heading to the east is being caused by people waving commuters that are travelling in the opposite direction through down to Queen's Walk. And what we saw during the closure from Taswater was that the queuing on the Brooker stopped because nobody could use that rat run anymore. And that was a great safety change because there was no more queuing on a highway, and it also meant that... I'll just ask for an extension of 2 minutes, please, Lord Mayor.
By Deputy Lord Mayor, seconded by Councillor Lohberger. All those in favour say aye. Against say no.
So it reduced that safety element, or improved the safety element of queuing on a highway, but it also meant that the Brooker could flow with 2 lanes all the way into town as it was designed to do, rather than having a bottleneck at the speed camera near Risdon Road where queuing in afternoon peak forms. And that was fixed by closing Queen's Walk, which is counterintuitive. But on the flip side, we saw queuing go all the way to the bridge. And so that leads me to believe, based on the crash statistics, which is objective empirical data collected by Taspol, 362 crashes, combined with my own lived experience of using that intersection regularly, and what I hear from community through media and social media, this interchange must be a priority for the state government. If they have the money to spend $800 million on Bridgewater Bridge, and they've got the money to spend $1 billion on the stadium, this has to be a priority. It is it's in the top 5 most crash-prone intersections. It's a safety risk. It's a massive congestion problem. It costs our council nothing to write a letter to a few elected members and just draw their attention to this issue. And finally, I'd say that I have written to the mayors of both Clarence and Glenorchy City Council to let them know this motion was coming and to ask for their support should they be asked about improving this intersection, because the people that use this intersection don't actually tend to reside, that many of them anyway, and use it regularly in Hobart municipality, because the intersection fundamentally serves traffic that is moving from east to north. So it's a greater Hobart issue. I think we should advocate for it. This letter does that, and it costs us nothing, so I'd ask you guys to please consider supporting it for the benefit of all of Greater Hobart.
Alderman Bloomfield.
Sorry, well, you're probably going to say the same thing I'm going to say. Dear Councillor Posselt, I'm not sure if you remember the 2024 election we recently had. You've actually just re-unveiled the Liberal Party policy that they brought to the election. They actually had a 2030 strong plan for Tasmania's future that focused on critical road upgrades to alleviate congestion and enhance safety. Some of the pertinent points were, in fact, the Brooker Highway enhancements, where they committed $15 million to the Brooker Highway, aiming to add new traffic lanes and extend turning lanes in both directions. And that was actually designed to ease congestion, particularly during peak travel times, and to improve overall traffic flow. But it doesn't stop there, because the Domain Highway and Brooker Highway interchange were also on the table. They had recognised that this was a significant congestion point and an accident hotspot, and I'm quoting the words here. And the Liberal Party had allocated $1 million for detailed design work. So realistically, I'm surprised no one's actually come back to you to explain this to you. But this has already been discussed. It's already part of their policy. I'm sure that Minister Abetz might appreciate a discussion with you to tell you he's probably already doing the work. So thank you.
Further discussion? I think Councillor Coates was up first.
Thank you. Yeah, look, there's obviously state and federal and some of these policy ideas to fix roads. Look, I can understand the provenance of where this has come from. A lived experience, looking at some traffic data. But what we're asking council to do here is to lobby the wrong people in the wrong way at the wrong time. We have a funded program to deal with identified problematic intersections. We all know it because we see the signs, right? The black spot program. If we relatively easily on page 12 of the Black Spot program prospectus, local governments are allowed to nominate a site. If we do, then that makes it in for state and territory assessment. So, you know, I expect the City of Hobart will nominate 5 or 6, 10, 12, who knows. Other local governments might nominate their priority areas. This then goes to Department of State Growth, who then actually do assess all the traffic and the I was going to say fatalities, not really fatalities, but like the you know, go through the process of identifying which ones are the most blackest of black spots. You know, the reality is you can't fix every intersection every year, every time. They then get allocated funding, and the funding is actually, the 25-26 has been published, the 23-24, 24-25 is all there. There's some really exciting intersection upgrades happening here. In our area, there's some anti-skid road surfacing going in Derwent Park, in Glenorchy. Well, it's actually not our area, it's over there. We've got the Beach Road happening. There's a process here where they identify the worst ones. I mean, there's 1.2 million here for some Mersey Main Road in Sprayton. That's a big amount. I don't have any evidence to suggest that the current processes around assessing black spots and dangerous intersections in Tasmania and with federal government funding is not working. But I think we do need to engage in a process. And so rather than us writing to the state government and ministers and saying, hey guys, you should do a special once-off budget allocation because we've identified that this is an area, we should instead be asking our officers and saying, what are we putting forward to the actual process that exists already to fix black spots and look at bad intersections? You know, it is always a little bit murky when you sort of try and pick, and I'm not suggesting it was coming from a bad way. I believe it genuinely is lived experience and looking at some traffic statistics, but we have a process in place. I think we should engage in that process, and the evidence would suggest to me that that process is working. I think if we're going to lobby, we should instead be engaging in this process, putting in our nomination, and then seeking to understand why it's successful or not. And you know what? If we come back and say, look, we genuinely assess that intersection, but compared to the number of crashes that are happening at the Mornington roundabout, the scarce allocation of funding and resources goes to Mornington. You know, I'm very happy with traffic upgrades happening on a risk basis and a dedicated basis, and sometimes City of Hobart might just have to wait in line behind other areas around the state. And I think rather than sort of asking for a special once-off, let's do a public motion and publicly lobby, that's just not a good way of running these sort of infrastructure upgrades around the state and in the municipality. And I have no evidence to suggest that the existing programs that are in place aren't working. And I'd love to know if we could instead engage in this process. But I do appreciate where this has come from and the information that's come out. But look, unfortunately, we can't fix every site all the time. There's limited resources, limited civil works companies, limited priorities, but there is a process that we can engage in. So if we do believe an intersection is dangerous, we can seek to get that upgraded. It's federally funded, it's a black spot program, it's then managed by State Growth in an impartial manner, not a decision of the minister, you know, not a government sort of trying to pick a spot. And I think it's a good way to run infrastructure upgrades for dangerous intersections. So I would encourage you to consider that as an alternative.
Is that an amendment you're proposing, Councillor Coates?
No, I believe the officers will have listened and we can work and come back. I don't think we need to put a motion through tonight, so it's not a foreshadowed amendment. Perhaps for the benefit of the chamber and the officers here, if this motion wasn't to get up tonight, I might seek to work with my colleagues and collaboratively, and we can, you know, look at how we can engage in this process going forward.
I'll be quick. Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll be quite quick here. Given what Alderman Bloomfield has said about the state government already having a policy to upgrade this particular intersection, given the staff advice that it is the advice of officers that it would be prudent for us to write to the state government and other representatives to continue to advocate for this work to be undertaken, I can see no real problem in voting for this. Again, it is just a letter. It's a very cheap and easy way for us to make our point, and of course when we speak together we are stronger than when we speak individually, as we've heard already. So I'll be voting for this one tonight. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Kelly.
Question through you to Councillor Posselt, if I may. Yes. Were you aware, Councillor Posselt, that of the Liberal Party's $15 million commitment to upgrading the Brooker Highway part there when you wrote this motion?
Yes, Councillor Kelly, I was. However, the Brooker Highway upgrades are not specific in where they want to spend that $15 million. I am aware of the $1 million that Alderman Bloomfield referred to, but I would draw your attention to the fact that this letter is not just to the Liberal state government, it is also to a number of federal members and cross-party independents and Labor to draw everybody's attention collectively to this intersection being a problem so that we can all be on a unity ticket as a community.
You don't think that perhaps finding this fact out that we may look a bit stupid if we're now going with the begging bowl, well not begging bowl, but asking them to do something that's already in train? I just think that it might make us look like total fools.
Thank you again for your question, Councillor Kelly. No, I don't, because again, you'll note that the final dot point of recipients are the federal members for Clark, Franklin and Lyons, which is an independent, and 2 Labor Party members. The state government may need to seek some federal support to build this intersection, and by showing that the City Council supports and indeed is lobbying for change at this intersection, will strengthen the state government's case to receive federal government funding.
Okay, Alderman Zuko.
I'm actually quite disappointed in Councillor Posselt. Extremely disappointed, especially after the last council meeting. I wasn't expecting simply a motion to put forward to fix an intersection. I thought the importance was that we had a bridge that was falling down. And that would have been the priority of Councillor Posselt. So I'm actually quite confused because Councillor Posselt's mentioned the transport experts. And if he has been speaking to the transport experts, no doubt he would have been speaking to the transport experts in regards to our bridge falling down. And I would have expected Councillor Posselt, after his discussions with the transport experts, would have come forward with a number of proposals, considering that Councillor Posselt wants us to lobby the state government and our independent members and our federal members. It's imperative that if our bridge is falling down, we need to fix the bridge, because if we don't fix the bridge and the bridge falls down, then people can't get to the domain. So I'm going to move an amendment, Lord Mayor, and the amendment will be that we write to the Premier, that we write the Minister for Transport as well, seeking immediate assistance for an investigation into the bridge falling down, because that bridge falling down in Hobart. So I think that's my amendment, that we immediately write to the Minister for Infrastructure seeking that he immediately investigate that the bridge between Hobart and Clarence, the Tasman Bridge, is falling down. And we write, I think we should add to that. We should also write to, I'll add to other people now, the federal minister, the federal member for Clark, and the member for Franklin, because it's very important. We don't want to see Hobart and Clarence, and our esteemed Mayor of Clarence and our esteemed Mayor of Hobart not being able to communicate with each other or drive over the bridge and meet each other. So I think the importance, to my point of view, if I recall the last council meeting, that the bridge was the most important thing, and now we get an intersection which is apparently on the radar of the Liberal government, So considering that the bridge is not on the radar, actually, could I just ask Councillor Bloomfield a question, if I may? Yeah, Councillor Bloomfield, in that document that you have, did they have anything to do with the Tasman Bridge falling down at all? Nothing? Okay, no worries. So we've got the Liberal government who has identified problems in the domain area in regards to black spots, which I've actually read that text message that I received in regards to it, but nothing about bridges falling down. Okay, so I'll move my amendment, Lord Mayor. Hopefully someone might second that. Yes, I've got a seconder for it. Not a problem at all.
Would you like to
add it in?
accept that in?
Please.
Lord Mayor, I take Alderman Zuko's point that there has been concerns raised about the Tasman Bridge in the community. I'm speaking.
Lord Mayor. Is he asking a question or speaking? I didn't ask a question.
No, I'm talking to.
I was pulling him up on it.
Okay.
Alderman Zuko, thank you.
The amendment.
Oh, talk to the amendment.
I was asking you whether you're happy to accept it in.
So I just wanted to ask Alderman Zuko, just with a tiny bit of preamble, accepting that there is some concerns in the community about this, perhaps you would consider your amendment being that council write to DSG seeking a briefing on the condition of the Tasman Bridge, so that we can at least understand, and then we can go ahead and lobby as you so right.
No. We're writing. Lord Mayor, if I may answer that. We want to write to whoever we want to write to. We'll just add that to the letter. Simple.
Okay. So, Councillor Posselt, are you willing to accept into your motion that council write to the Minister and DSG seeking a briefing on the structural issues around the bridge and...
Mayor, if it is simply seeking a briefing on the plan...
and the condition of the bridge.
Was what Alderman Zuko was asking for. Were you seeking a briefing or something different?
I was seeking an updated investigation on the condition of the bridge.
Yeah.
Lord Mayor, I'm happy to accept something that says that we want a briefing, and I'm happy for that to go into the letter, that we'd like a briefing on the condition of the Tasman Bridge. But I'm not sure that that's what Alderman Zuko is intending.
I've got no, as long as it's with the Infrastructure Minister, yes.
Yeah. So, Lord Mayor, I'm very happy to include the language to the Minister for Infrastructure that Hobart City Council...
And Wilkie as well, and the member for Franklin, I said.
Briefings from DSG, though.
Yeah, but they can organise the money, as you said.
Look, I'm happy to accept it in for the Minister for Infrastructure for Tasmania, for in that letter include a request for a briefing for Council on the condition of the Tasman Bridge, if Alderman Zuko is happy with that. Beautiful.
Okay, so that has been accepted into the motion. So the motion now has the additional piece around some seeking advice on the structural integrity of the bridge and a briefing on it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Further discussion?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alderman Zuko, because I've been very worried about the bridge. When I learnt that it was pretty close to falling over, I mean, it was news to a lot of people, and I was pleased I was able to be marked safe from travelling on the Tasman Bridge a few weeks ago. It is confusing, though, because we had the claim made in the chamber by Councillor Posselt, and I quote that the Tasman Bridge is pretty close to falling over. So, like Alderman Zuko indicated, it would have been surprising to see a new motion around a different intersection given we're about to lose the Tasman Bridge, but given that it was such a big and bold claim, I did ask the officers if they could find anything at all to support the claim that the bridge is absolutely at the end of its life and that it's pretty close to falling over. They were the claims made, and officers, despite their concerted efforts, they haven't been able to find any reports or correspondence that substantiates that claim. So I think it's a really good idea that we have that amendment, because obviously the Tasman Bridge is a key piece of infrastructure, and if Councillor Posselt's claim that the bridge is pretty close to falling over and is absolutely at the end of its life is accurate, then yeah, we need action on that. So thank you so much, Alderman Zuko, for your initiative on that.
Just in consideration of how I vote on this, could I ask a question to Councillor Posselt, please, Lord Mayor? Your claims, just to make sure that we've got this right, the Tasman Bridge is pretty close to falling over. Are they your exact words?
Well, Councillor Kelly, no, I don't answer.
Did you say those words?
I don't answer yes or no questions. I will answer the question if you would allow me.
I think this isn't, and Councillor.
Thank you. So, Councillor Kelly, yes, I did make those remarks.
Thank you.
No, excuse me. I haven't finished my response. I haven't. I'm mid-sentence.
I've asked it. He's asked the
Look,
question.
I would like a little bit of order brought to the chamber here.
We're getting late, Lord Mayor, and I'd just rather finish this up.
Yeah, but I think if you ask a question,
members are leaving already.
If you ask a question, you have to let the person answer it.
But he has answered it.
Well, in your mind, but he still wants to add some more information.
Okay.
So very quickly, Councillor Posselt, could you please answer
Mayor,
briefly?
Yes, in the context of a planning application for a planning document for the stadium, I referenced the need to future plan for the Tasman Bridge. And in that context, I referenced that the bridge was close to falling over in the figurative manner of speaking, thinking that, considering that it took,
no worries.
it took 20 years from go to woe for the Bridgewater Bridge. That is the context.
Councillor Posselt.
Supplementary to that, Lord Mayor, if I may. Do you have any engineering qualifications to make a statement like that?
Councillor Kelly, there's a bit of imputation.
No, this is important. We're writing a letter, Lord Mayor, to the state government about the Tasman Bridge is pretty close to falling over. I think it's pertinent. I want to know if I'm going to put my name to it, because if this is true, I'll support it.
Well, I think it was put forward by Councillor.
It's not. I don't want to be looking like a total idiot, associated.
We understand your question. Councillor Posselt, could you quickly respond to that?
Of course, Lord Mayor, and you are fully aware of my... Yes, I am fully aware of my qualifications, hence why the amendment is to seek a briefing so that we can understand from the engineers what the future of the Tasman Bridge is.
I move that the motion be put. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favour of the motion being put, say aye. Aye. Against, say no.
No.
Okay, show of hands. All those in favour?
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Coates, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, and the Mayor.
And against?
Alderman Zuko, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Coates, is your arm up or down?
Coates. Up or down for?
Councillor Kelly.
Okay. So that has been, that is...
Putting it the motion. It's the procedure.
Okay, we are now putting the motion...
The procedure.
Councillor Harvey, are you sitting down in this?
I get confused.
Okay. The motion is going to be put. It's been amended, and I'm going to put it right now. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Against, say no.
Oh, no, God, no.
Show of hands. All those in favour.
In favour, Alderman Zuko. Alderman...
I've got my amendment here. I've got my amendment.
Does it have the
I'm looking... Sorry.
I thought you were joking.
Apologise, Lord Mayor.
Across the chamber, please.
Just got excited.
Allow Mr Young to count the vote. No.
Does this have the bridge amendments in it?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Alderman Zuko, your hand was up.
Absolutely.
Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Councillor Kelly and the Mayor. Thank you.
And against?
Councillor Coates, Alderman Bloomfield.
I think Councillor Harvey is abstaining. I see. Yep. All right. We'll move on now to item 22, which, that's carried. Item 22 is the borrowings policy from Alderman Bloomfield. Alderman Bloomfield, would you like to move your motion now?
Excuse me, Lord Mayor. Councillor Elliott is currently singing London Bridge is Falling Down, which I believe is just disrespect for the chamber at this point in time.
Seriously, folks.
Yeah, look, can I just ask everyone, it is getting late, but I do ask people to be respectful to each other and to stop the sort of over-the-table bickering and poking fun at each other. Please just focus on the debate and then we can get out of here as soon as possible. I'll move now to Alderman Bloomfield and let's listen respectfully to her, her motion.
Thank you. This one's been a couple of months in the making. Look, a clear and robust long-term loan policy is essential for ensuring good governance within the Hobart City Council. And effective governance demands careful consideration not only of immediate benefits but also of long-term financial responsibilities. And this principle safeguards our community from future fiscal pressures and ensures sustained quality in our infrastructure and services. the reasons I wanted to look at this was because there have been lessons learned by other councils. For instance, I was approached many months ago now with the newly elected in the Kingborough Council, because in the prior council they had agreed and developed that incredibly beautiful large park for family use, and everyone loves it. It's beautiful. And it was commendable and it was well designed, except that there was no business case and they're struggling to finance its maintenance ongoing. So these are real issues that we need to consider when we develop things. And it underscores precisely why Hobart City Council must adopt a disciplined approach when considering long-term financial obligations. I wanted to establish a clear policy on long-term loans, ensuring that all projects are evaluated comprehensively, and not just on their immediate merits, but also in terms of future financial implications, including maintenance, operational costs, and long-term sustainability. I wanted to also integrate a requirement for staff to prepare a detailed business case and evaluate the return on investment on each capital expenditure project of a large size. Such due diligence ensures transparency, accountability, and rigorous assessment needed to justify necessity and financial viability of securing loans. So by doing so, we're affirming our commitment to prudent stewardship of the public resources, which is reflected in the rates that we charge the community as a result. If we do this well, it will reflect in, I would expect, a lower potential for rate increases. These are the types of outcomes we need to be able to supply our ratepayers. We also don't just protect our council's fiscal health, but also the interests and expectations of our ratepayers. It's responsible, it's forward-thinking, and it's an approach that will ensure our decisions today serve our community effectively and sustainably for generations to come. So ultimately, what I'm asking for is a review. It was something that was coming up regardless anyway, but I really wanted to get ahead and get this established and started, because we are getting close to finalising some of our larger loans over the next year or so, which means that we have great potential, possibly jumping into something new. And I want this established and solid and ready to go, so if we want to go and do something big and grand and wonderful, it will be done well, and it will be done in a way that doesn't actually impinge upon our fiscal responsibilities. So I do commend this motion to you.
Seconded by Councillor Posselt. Councillor Dutta.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I thank you for the motion, and I read the administrative advice, and it says the motion is supported, and therefore I will support the motion, and I move that the motion be put. Thank you.
So move that the motion be put. That means we just vote on it immediately. All those in favour say aye. What was that, sorry?
To vote on the put first.
That's what we're doing. Yeah, so if people would like that the motion be put now, all those in favour say aye. Against say no.
No.
Show of hands, all those in favour.
In favour, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield, Councillor Kelly. I think your hand was up, was it? Or down? Yes, up. And the Mayor.
And against?
Councillors, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Coates, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Harvey's abstaining. I haven't got a hand.
No,
thank you.
I'm a no.
All right, so that's been carried. So we will now vote on the motion. All those in favour of the motion on the borrowing policy say aye. Against say no.
No.
All those in favour, all those in favour, raise your hand. Sorry.
Favour, Alderman Zuko, Councillor Dutta, Councillor Elliott, Councillor Coates, Councillor Posselt, Councillor Kitsos, Councillor Lohberger, Alderman Bloomfield. I think Councillor Kelly, your hand is up, and the Mayor.
And against?
Councillor Harvey.
Because I had a contribution.
Okay. There will still be debate on the policy, Councillor Harvey, and an opportunity to have input into it. All right. Item 23 is responses to questions without notice. Received and noted. All those in favour say aye.
Yeah.
Who's the seconder, sorry?
Seld is the mover. I didn't get a seconder.
Well.
Who was the seconder for that last one? Sorry, we just missed it.
Motion.
For the accepting
Responses
quorums.
to questions without notice. We don't have one. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Item 24 is questions without notice. Would any elected members like to ask any questions?
I just had a personal contribution. I'd just like to apologise to Councillor Kelly for having to go at him earlier. Sorry, John.
Apologies not accepted.
Oh.
I'll take that matter to accept it. Thank you for your humility, Councillor.
Questions? Yeah. Look, just to be clear, a personal contribution, I think, under the meeting procedures, has to be approved before it just happens by the chair. So I think the chairperson of a meeting may allow a councillor to explain a matter of personal nature in the absence of a motion on the matter, if, in the opinion of the chairperson, it's in the interest of the councillor and the council or the committee to do so. So I just need to slow things down a little bit and allow me to make a ruling on that. Okay, so we are now on to questions without notice. Councillor Coates.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Through you to the relevant officer, just as it was raised in debate earlier, but I thought I'd just ask a question. What engagements have the City of Hobart had with the Black Spot program, and what intersections, I don't want to say the right one, but roads or proposals have we put forward? I appreciate you may not have the information in hand.
Given that our director is not here tonight, that would be able to deal with that.
And a second question, if I may. Up until late 2024, there used to be monthly public expenses reports for all elected members published. And then obviously at the end of the year, the full annual 12 months are published in the annual report. I'm unsure as to why they've ceased, but I guess my question is it possible that this can be reinstated, as I believe that the publishing of those reports is actually of public interest, and it's very commonly done across councils in Tasmania and elsewhere.
Yeah, I only authorised the report on that back to this morning, so look, I don't think we have any issue with that.
Oh, absolutely.
So I think Councillor Coates though was saying we were behind with it.
Yes, there has been a backlog. So I signed off on the report on expenses up to October only this morning, and I expect to see the second tranche fairly soon. So we have had a backlog in my side.
So Wes was just saying to me, so we have had some resource shortages in that area, so we are a bit behind, and it sounds like we are catching up. So.
Councillor Oldham-Azuko.
Yes, Lord Mayor. Considering that tonight we have approved to write to the Minister of Infrastructure in regards to the Tasman Bridge falling down, will the CEO prepare a briefing report for that meeting if we get the meeting, and to include any correspondence we have had from any infrastructure minister and the council in regards to the Tasman Bridge falling down? I'll ask that as a question. Thank you. Will you do so?
Yeah, look, we certainly, yes, if the council certainly requests that, we will, but obviously we'll arrange the briefing and make sure that elected members are invited and can participate. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't think the council has resolved to ask for a briefing. No.
Falling down. No, it was voted on.
Yeah, it's for the briefing from the experts. Yeah, not the CEO. Elliott.
From memory, we get reports on the Collins Street trial at 3, 6, 12 and 24 months. I was wondering when the 3-month one would come. Is it when the implementation's finished and we're halfway through, or when can we expect that first report?
So the report will be finished, and then we'll be prepared probably until the last one, about 2 to 3 weeks, to get it ready to share.
So did you say from this Friday, you said?
So 4 weeks from this Friday, we'll begin engagement to do the survey and repeat the same engagement methodology, and then the report will be ready to share with you probably 2 weeks after we finish.
Okay then. A related question.
6 weeks from Friday.
Right, thanks. Will the remainder of the implementation, like the bus stop in the middle of the road, when will that be implemented by Friday?
CEO. I think my understanding is that that last block is not finalised.
Oh, look, again, Director Noy is not here tonight to be able to answer the question. I'm going to have to take it on notice.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I can take that one. Victoria to Murray Street won't be completed at the same time. So on Friday, we're launching from Mole Street through to Victoria.
Okay. I'll try and figure out a way to phrase this as a question, but how can the valuation report be accurate if the full project isn't implemented?
Because we haven't done any engagement on the full project yet. Even if 1 month pre-installation was on, it was specified that it was from Mole to Victoria Street because we were doing separate consultation with the stakeholders on Victoria to Murray.
Okay. Can I have a ballpark timeframe? And I'm sorry if I missed it. So ballpark timeframe of when that Victoria to Murray will happen? Implemented?
On notice.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
For Mr. Noy to answer.
Thank you. And at the start of the meeting, I think it was during your welcome acknowledgement of country, Lord Mayor, you said that the council resolved a few years ago to do acknowledgement of countries. Can I just have some more information about that decision and when and what forum that was made?
I'll have to take it on notice because it was before my time on council.
Okay, thank you. And then just related to that, are meeting chairs, you know how we have the rotating chair, are meeting chairs obligated to do the acknowledgement of country?
No.
No.
Look, it is the discretion of the chair, as it is with any meeting, to make those calls. And again, we've provided guidance around that.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes, so just to clarify that point I asked earlier during country. So just to clarify, we don't have to do, if I'm chairing a workshop, I don't have to do welcome to country. Is that correct?
Can we take it on notice? Because I think there was a
because
question.
You seemed very forthright in saying tonight that you were very disappointed in your comments about people not doing that. So one would assume, the public would assume now that what you said was we have to do welcome to country and how disappointed you were. Acknowledgement to country, yeah.
I was actually referring to some much more public things that happened over the weekend at the AFL and other things. So it was a much more generic thing. But I think it's useful. Meetings. I think it's useful for us to have. I think it's useful for elected members to have clarity on that because it is in our agendas. In our standard agendas, I think.
Yes, but yeah, I'd like clarification. I will make the point too, some 2 years ago, Dwayne Everett-Smith came and gave us a fantastic... no, there's a context to the back which might educate you. He said you didn't have to do it. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions without notice?
Yes, Lord Mayor, just a couple from me. It's a small bickies thing, actually, but it's annoyed me since being here. I was wondering what the mechanism is for council to authorise people seated on the elevated platform and directors and staff to not have to stand in response. It's ridiculous. Everyone's hunched over a microphone and it's just a silly... I prefer to stand and I think the floor should stand, but how can we authorise you to sit and not have to stand up? I think it's... Hey? Is it a change of standing orders? How?
Sitting order.
Yeah. How do we do it? How do I give you a sitting order?
Anyone can choose.
Look, I think that there is a convention, obviously, and it would be in our meeting procedure. I should imagine. I will double check, but again, it's a respect thing. It's a traditional thing. I'll always do it. But again, we can certainly look at it from a councillor point of view if that's what you would like.
Whatever makes staff more comfortable. And the second question, Lord Mayor, is there's been a little bit of consternation over who's responsible for different highway articulations between local government. Tonight's example was the catch fencing on the pedestrian bridge, but we also had the roundabout fencing at the railway roundabout. I was just wondering if we can have a look at what other states are doing. Are we being shortchanged in Tasmania by these MOUs signed with the state government when everywhere else, Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, these types of overpass infrastructure is a responsibility of the state rather than the council? Can we just get an understanding of what goes on elsewhere?
Yeah, take it on notice.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we will move on to noting the questions arising during debate that have been given back to us, be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Posselt, seconded by Councillor Bloomfield, Alderman Bloomfield. All those in favour say aye. Against say no. Carried unanimously. Okay, that brings our open portion of the meeting to a close, and I'll